She is here to start she's a professor at our Law and Sustainability Master.
Okay. So I think Professor Arceloni, please introduce all the colleagues from Brazil. Then I will request Professor Nina to introduce, and Liliana and Georgia. I will ask them to introduce. In the meantime, we are waiting for the president and we will start. And other Indian colleagues, I will introduce one by one because most of the people are very well aware to each other.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Oh, yes.
Me first?
Yeah, you first.
Yeah, also, I introduced Mara Darkanshi, now Maria Emilia Camargo. She's a colleague of us, doctor in management, and works at, what is your university, Maria Emilia?
Universidade Federal de Santa Maria.
Yeah, Santa Maria Federal University, yes?
Okay.
We also have here Beatriz Lúcia Bisotto. Everyone, hello. Doctor in management and sustainability. Close friends, also another colleague. We also have here Regiane Dutra Bergamaschi, psychologist and professor at our psychology course. She's secretary of this event.
Rajane.
I suppose up to now, they are here. More people we are expecting more people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome, Professor Fodor from Ukraine.
Thank you. Greetings from Ukraine.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Roy Gomes.
Okay, welcome, sir. Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Gomes.
Roy sir,
Hello.
welcome.
How are you?
Fine,
Welcome,
fine.
welcome. Yeah.
Good evening, Roy sir.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Good
sir. Good
evening.
evening, everyone.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
Good
Good evening.
evening.
Good
evening. Good evening.
Welcome, Dr. Yanakon.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes,
Hi,
yes.
good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Yanakon.
Sir, join.
Professor Omar.
Acha, acha, okay.
Dr. Lloyd Gom. Good evening.
Yeah, Dr. Nara, because you are a regular
Good evening,
visitor
good
for
evening.
Goa conference.
Yeah, good evening.
So let me introduce you the Dr. Arvind Saran from Goa. He is from the Indian Institute of Oceanography, and he is joining first time this FAI conference.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
I'm very thankful for Professor Pankaj Srivastava for extending me to join this great event first time, because I come from the oceanographic technology background, hardcore ocean engineering science, but still this is something which is very important for us and for the country, for blue economy. So I guess that it is a wonderful program which I must thank you, Professor Pankaj.
Welcome, sir. Because every year we used to visit in the month of November, Goa. Since 2016, continuously we were visiting. Last year, due to this COVID, we did the program online, and this year as well. Hopefully next year we will conduct the program in offline. Welcome, President, sir.
Evening to all. Good morning.
sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening,
Sir,
sir.
let me introduce
Good
you,
evening, good evening.
Dr. Fodor, the chief guest of the function. Yeah, he is here. Professor Nina, now take the control in your hand and start
Yeah.
introducing your
1
colleague.
minute.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Saket ji has already joined.
Yeah.
I think his window is closed, but he joined first.
1 minute and we are about to start.
Okay.
So, President Sir, it is now going to 7 o'clock. With your permission, then.
Yes, welcome. It's a great pleasure to have this particular international conference.
Yeah.
Professor Pankaj, could I introduce my colleagues from Ukraine?
Oh, welcome, Dr. Paulo.
Yes, I would like to introduce my colleagues who visit our conference. Nila Hrush, she is head of Department of Finance, Banking and Insurance of Khmelnytsky National University, a doctor in economic sciences, professor. And other colleagues, Olena Ovchinnikova, she is maybe on the second page. She is associate professor of Department of Automated System and Modeling in Economics, Khmelnytsky National University, a PhD in economics. They will take part in the conference SMTESM 2021 next week.
Okay.
We invite you to also to take part in this event.
Sure,
Thank you very much, dear Professor Polomkhalovich, for introduction of our Ukrainian colleagues from your university. Thank you so much. Maybe from the permission of our president, we may start our conference.
Yeah, welcome, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam, actually, before starting, I would like to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is the guest of honor in the inaugural function, Professor Saket Kushwaha. So in brief, actually, he's a close friend of mine working as Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Central University, located in Arunachal Pradesh in the northeastern region. And he's Vice Chancellor for the last more than 3 years. And before that, he was also Vice Chancellor in Lalit Narayan Mithila University, Darbhanga, Bihar. So this is the second term for his vice chancellorship, and he is a renowned agriculture economist, and working about nearly 15 years in Banaras Hindu University, not only in our country. He also served more than 7 years abroad in agriculture economics, Abu Bakr, Tafawa Balewa University, Nigeria. So I am very glad to introduce to my close friend, Dr. Saket Waha, as guest of honor in today's inaugural session of the international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you for introduction. Yes. Dear participants and distinguished guests, dear colleagues and students, let us start today's conference. And actually, we are very pleased to welcome you at the opening of the second India, Ukraine, Brazil, and Greater Mekong region international conference on emerging trends in management, social sciences, and tourism, jointly organized by Father Academy of India, Ferenc Rakoczi II Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education from Ukraine, UNIFACVEST Brazil, the Association of Research of Thailand, University of Management and Economics, Cambodia, and Swami Vivekanand Vidyaprasarak Mandal College. It seems quite recently, last year in November, we discussed global challenges and threats to national economies regarding pandemic crisis that had overwhelmed and engulfed all countries in the world. And now we continue watching of what is happening in the world. We may state that we are currently going through one of the most significant historical changes ever experienced in the last 100 years. All businesses are changing and new businesses are emerging. We are already seeing a shift in services that are adapting as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we know that tourism is a sector confronting new challenges the most. Despite global challenges, tourism countries continues to be a dynamic sector stimulating social and economic development. So the issues that are going to be raised during this conference are extremely relevant. And I'd like to wish everyone to enjoy perception of new ideas and good luck. So now let me introduce the very important and distinguished persons of this event. We are delighted by the presence today of our dignitary guest of honor, Professor S.K. Kushwaha, the Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University in Itanagar, Himachal Pradesh, India. Chief guest, Dr. Fedor Dulo, the Vice Rector for Scientific Work and International Relations, Ferenc Rakoczi II, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education from Ukraine. Our dignitary chief patrons, and speakers are Professor Brenda Singh-Birch, the President of Father Academy of India, Professor Stepan Chernechko, Doctor of Humanities, Professor, Director of Ferenc Rakoczi, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education from Ukraine, Professor Giovanni Browing, Director of UNIFACVEST, Brazil, Maun Vassana, Vice President at FII, Vice Rector, University of Economics and Management, Kambon Campus, Cambodia, Professor Jamit Singh, Vice President at FII, former Vice Chancellor at Central Agricultural University from India, Professor Arcelon Volpata, our favorite, our member, executive member of FII, Head of International Foreign Division, UNIFACVEST Center from Brazil, Vice President, Professor Ledis Tivogard, Professor Raghu Raman from London, who is presenting today, Foreign Secretary of FII, Professor Chai Chin Fen from Thailand, Professor Kalyan Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Sunrise University, Rajasthan, India, Professor Pifat Nontanatorn, the President of Association of Researchers from Thailand, Dr. Subrahmanya Bhat, Principal, Swami Vivekanand Vidyaprasarak Mandal College from Goa, India, Professor Pavlo Grigoruk, the head of the Department of Automated Systems and Modeling in Economics from Khmelnytsky National University of Ukraine, Dr. Vladimir Pugachev, Donald Soya Organization from Vienna, Austria, and other speakers, colleagues, and attendees from all over the world who are present today. Cordially welcome you at this conference. Now, as a sign of opening the conference, let me invite Dr. Devika Agarwal, the head of the Department of Commerce and Management from Brayani Girls College, Jaipur, India, to conduct a traditional Indian prayer. Please, Dr. Devika.
Thank you so much, Professor Nina. A very good evening from India to the galaxy of intellectuals, educationists, and academicians. I am Dr. Devika Agarwal. According to Hindu belief, before starting any auspicious event, we pray to the divine, Lord Ganesha, who symbolizes wisdom, understanding, and a discriminating intellect that one must possess to attain perfection in life. In Sanskrit, we say, Vakratunda Mahakaya, Surya Koti Samaprabha, Nirvignam Kurume Deva, Surya Sarvakareshu Sarvada, which means, O Lord, who has the huge body, curved elephant trunk, and whose brilliance is equal to the billions of sun, may always remove all obstacles from our all endeavors. With the blessings of the divine, let us offer our prayer before we start the inaugural ceremony of Second FAI, India, Ukraine, Brazil, and Great Mekong Sub-Region International Conference 2021. Let me just share my screen to offer the prayers to Lord Ganesha.
भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवा भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवांसस्तनूभिः यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति नो इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो हरिणनेमि स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
गणेश हे विघ्नेश्वर बालचंद्र हे मोरेश्वर एकदंत हे परमेश्वर नमन तुला पहिले तूच माया माता तूच बंधु दाता तूच बुद्धिदाता हे दयाळु दाता कृपा करी भगवंता शक्ती बुद्धी दे
Thank you, Dr. Devika.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dear guests, according to our inaugural program, our chief guests and dignitaries are invited to light the lamp under the direction of Dr. Devika and our IT support members. Display the lamp, please, and I invite our guests one by one. Click on the candle, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Nina. After offering the prayer, it is the time to kindle the light of knowledge and wisdom with this conglomeration of experts and scholars. Let us get together for the traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Goddess Saraswati, the protector and grantor of knowledge, for which I humbly request our most esteemed chief guest, Professor Fodor Julo, our guest of honor, Professor S. Kushwaha, our President, FAI, Professor Birendra Singh Bisht, Vice President, FAI, Professor M. Premjit Singh, sir, Professor Arceloni Nusa Volpato, Dr. C.A. Subramanya Bhatt, Professor Fipat Nonthanathan, Professor Raghuraman, Professor Nina, Professor Chai Ching Tan, Professor Dr. Elizabeth T. Pereira, Dr. Liliana Guren, Dr. Roy Alvaro Gomes, Dr. Prapalad Somjai Payogo, and all other dignitaries, respected dignitaries. Let us get together for the virtual lighting of the lamp.
तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता शेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you very much, Dr. Vedika, for such a support. Thank you all. Now let me invite to say a few words about the conference the Foreign Secretary of FII, Professor at Rakoczi International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, Rajamangala University of Technology, Rakoczi from Thailand, Professor Chai Chiu Fen. Dear Professor, the word is yours.
Thank you, and welcomes everyone to this international conference. Welcome the dignitaries, the conveners, honorable guest, chief guest, and everyone. This is the second India's, Ukraine, Brazil's, and Greater Mekong Sub-Regions International Conference 2021, a place where great scholars we gather together for these 3 days to discuss some emerging issues and trends in management, social sciences, and tourism. And this international conference is co-organized by FATER's Academy of India, Ferenc, Rakoczi, Transcarpathian, Hungarian College of Higher Education, Ukraine, UNIFACVEST, Brazil, Associations of Researchers, Thailand, Universities of Management and Economics, Cambodia, Swami, Vivekanand, Vidyaprasarak, Mandal College. Our 3 days of conferences evolved around analytics in the diversity of disciplines, and a notable domains which we focus are relating to management, as you can see from the titles, themes of this conference: social sciences and tourism, passing peer review requirements of full papers, advanced for Scopus Index Springle proceeding books publication. We know as the only constant is change. Emerging and rising trends in all academic disciplines and practicing fields are always on the horizons. For instance, in marketing, we are seeing more and more people are listening to podcast and they're listening for a longer period of time. And this trend implies the rise of the audio influencers. Not only that, not only audio, video marketing is also one of the top 10 management trend expected, and it was reported in Hindustan's news back in the late 2020s. And again, not only that, we are seeing our great Indian CEO, MasterCard Raja Mandal, publishing a breathtaking book, Quantum Marketing, which sees a need to market to robots rather than to humans, meaning we have to convince the robot, we have to convince the speakers, you know, the robots, and they will arrange, you know, these whatever we consumers need. And so branding are communicating with the machine. So we have to talk to the machine, you know, machine talking to machines, and those are quantum marketing. tons of new quantum concepts beyond the traditionalist Newtonian concepts were also on the horizon, catalyzed and catapulted and made possible by Internet of Things, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and now metaverse, which we see from Google's and Facebook and many, many others. Thus, we are very grateful today to this conference, organizing committees. We are thankful to them and everyone that puts forth the efforts to make this conference a great success. Under the inspirations and leaderships of our beloved leaders, Professors B.S. Bist, General Secretary Professors Pankaj Srivastava, and our former President P.K. Srivastava, and all other committee members not possible to be named individually. This conference sees the spanning feed of participating universities, and with that, it solidifies, amplifies, broadens the vision and horizons of our conference coverage. Once again, thank you, and let us enjoy these 3 days of international conference. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tan, for your inspiring speech. Thank you. Actually, events like this have become already a good tradition within our meetings with FII. Annually, from season to season, Father Academy of India provides an opportunity to meet together scientists and experts from different countries in different fields, and provide them opportunity to publish their most valuable scientific results. Let me invite to announce the annual report of publications the General Secretary of FII, Professor Pankaj Srivastava. Dear Professor, please.
Thank you, Professor Nina. So first of all, I would like to brief the audience and dignitaries that since February, we started the activities for 2021. In the month of February, we organized an international conference in collaboration Madurai-based institution. The second one, that was the 23rd one. The 24th conference that we organized in collaboration with the Institute of Technology, Gopeshwar, in pure industry academia theme, where the persons who are working in the field of industry, especially analytics domain and academics. And that conference was organized in the month of June during 25th to 27th. The next one we organized in the month of September, and that was organized in collaboration with the National Agrarian Academy Sciences, Ukraine, theme-based, that is the theme was associated with the agriculture sciences. And the next one that we organized in collaboration with the National University of Trade and Economics on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Department of Public Administration, as well as the 75th anniversary of the National University of Trade and Economics. And this one is the next one that we are going to organize. And regarding the publication, I would like to share the screen. I think my screen is visible.
Yes.
So these are the details that I would like to share, that this is the one of the proceeding that was released on the occasion of the 75th anniversary with ISBN number. And this one is in collaboration with the Springer, and it is a Scopus indexed series lecture notes in network and system. That is the hard copy of this one is being released in 2022. The soft copy is already released in the month of October 20th. Previously, that this is the proceeding that we released with the ISBN number that is based on global trends of data analytics and business management, social sciences, medical sciences, decision making. And this is the issue, and this is the conference that we organize on something different theme. That was the emerging trends and adaptation of spirituality in management, artificial intelligence, education, health, tourism, science and technology with ISBN number. So these are the publications that we made this year. And the next one that is likely to come in collaboration with the Springer, hopefully it will be announced soon for the conference that we organize in December 2020. So that's all about from my side as the General Secretary regarding the report of annual activities and annual publication. Thank you, Professor Nina.
Thank you, Professor Pankaj. Now, with great pleasure, let me invite for inauguration address the Vice President of FAI, Professor Ferenc. Dear Professor, please.
Thank you, Professor Nina. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all the delegates, our most respected chief guest of today's function, Dr. Fodor Guello, the Vice Rector for Scientific Work and International Relations, Hungarian College of Higher Education, Ukraine, our President of the Fettered Academy of India, Professor B.S. Bisi, our Professor Saket Kuswa, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Central University, located in Arunachal Pradesh in the Northeastern region, Professor Nina, Vice President of the FAI, Professor M.L. Tevakar, Vice President of the Fettered Academy of India, Professor Pankaj Srivastava, General Secretary of the FAI, Honorable Chief Patrons, members of the Executive Committee, as well as Advisory Board, distinguished delegates, members of press and the media, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all the conveners and organizing secretaries for bringing together all the eminent scientists across the globe to discuss the very important topic, that is emerging trends in management, social sciences, and tourism. At Goa, even though we cannot reach to Goa, some scientists, they are still at Goa, where the journey of Fettered Academy of India began in 2016 with the first international conference. The conference sub-themes includes, as already reported by Professor Nina, there is business analytics, social science analytics, data analytics, tourism analytics, financial analytics, and business management, social sciences, and the humanities, and other allied disciplines. As you know, in the current trend, managers manage to work and not the people. Work is more predictable than people. Rather than trying to manage people so strictly, managers are living in the light and the kindness with the employees as they are real people and their own neighbors. The smart management includes specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-based method of implementation. Sustainable management takes the concepts from the sustainability and the synthesizes them with the concept of management. Sustainability has three branches: the environment, the need of the present and the future generation, and lastly, the economy. New trend in management proposed the presence of three psychological states that could result in a highly motivated and productive worker, The worker must experience, number one, meaningful and significance of their job. Number two, responsibility for outcomes. The last, that is feedback on the work performed. Wise management never underestimate people's pride and the dignity for work. Recognition goes a long way. When the environment is happy, work translates to play. The 5 most prominent management trends of the 21st century are globalization, technology, sustainability, and the corporate social responsibility, the study of psychology, and the last one is business ecosystems, big data, computer-assisted content analysis, machine learning, agent-based modeling, natural experiments, group-based super forecasting, new methods in case studies, and the multi-methods research as examples of emerging tools and methods are benefiting the social science. Lastly, in the context of the tourism, there are some significant tourism trends right now and in the future also. The first one is solo travel. Leisure travel used to be a family affair or something that couples undertook together. While that is still the case for many, more and more people are choosing to strike out on their own. Enjoying a solo trip is no longer so unusual, and the tourist trends increasingly in this direction. The need of solo traveling are increasing. Some simply want to travel without the distraction of a companion. Others are young singles looking for social activity or to find a partner. Some widowed seniors even use long-term hotel stays or cruises as a luxurious alternative to conventional elder care. These tourism trends are set to grow and grow. The second one is eco-travel. The trend of eco-travel is reflecting a growing concern among the today's travelers for ethical and sustainable tourism options. It includes simple changes such as the availability of carbon credits when booking a flight, or the option to rent an electric instead of conventional vehicle. More sophisticated examples might include tourism with a volunteer element, perhaps working on a nature reserve or engaging in conservation work. The third is local experience. Today's tourists don't want to be insulated from the places they visit inside a cultural bubble. They want to engage with and participate in the local culture, from enjoying local cuisine to celebrating regional festivals and holidays. Local experiences are said to become some of the top tourist trend towards. Example, visiting Japan during a major festival, renting formal Japanese clothes to wear, consulting regional delicacies, consuming regional delicacies, and engaging in traditional games and cultural activities. The fourth one is leisure travel. Leisure travel tourism can take many forms. Sometimes a client who is traveling for work decides to engage in tourism on their downtime. In other cases, a company may arrange for tourist activities on work trips as a park. The last one is healthy and organic food in the tourism, that is in travel. Today's travelers know that delicious and nutritious are not inclusive concepts. Demand for excellent cuisine with a view to better nutrition is driving new tourism trends. The organic food movement is also affecting tourism trends with more eateries and hotels offering organic options. I would like to highlight before the galaxy of scientists. Since my discipline is, I belong to the agriculture discipline. Even in agriculture also, nowadays actually, it is very difficult to attract our farmers in traditional agriculture. That is why the Maya, that is motivating and attracting youth agriculture. Now, what will be our strategy in order to attract the youth in agriculture? The only option lies, instead of traditional agriculture, now we have to change from traditional agriculture to high-tech agriculture, in which the tourism also plays a significant role. That is why the young, unemployed youths or the farmers, they should be exposed in agro-tourism, so that agriculture as well as tourism can progress in together, so that the farmers' income, the youth's income, the entrepreneurship income, it should be increased. So I hope that the galaxy of scientists, they will interact on three aspects, that is management aspects, then on social science aspect, as well as tourism, then the the innovative ideas thoughts that is discussed by our eminent scientists. It can be that is combined. It should be that then we can prepare a recommendation for the as the roadmap to the policy maker and other scientists working in this particular field. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor Ferenc, for your speech. Thank you so much. Now, let me invite for address our dignitaries, Vice President, FII, Patrons and Convenience. Firstly, let me invite to say a few words our Professor Vivekanand, the Vice President of FII, Chairman at School of Mathematics, Mandal Kamarai University, Madurai, India. Please, Professor, take your word.
Respected eminent professors, active members of FI, good evening to all. On behalf of FII as a Vice President, once again, I welcome you all in this wonderful program. At the outset, I congratulate each and every one of you, particularly the organizing committee, for this wonderful movement. Once again, I wish to congratulate each and every one.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lelis, for your work, for your nice work, and for your congratulations. Dear Professor Arceloni Volpato, the head of International Foreign Division, UNIFACVEST from Brazil. Dear Professor Arceloni, the word is yours.
Thank you. So kind. Well, a nice day to everybody, a nice event to everybody here. I would say a salute the chief patrons, the conveners, the secretaries, the members of the committees in general, all the dignitaries here, all the universities present, and the members of FI. I would like to say that we are in a new time. Frontiers are broken, and we have a strong and deep responsibility with science and with people in general. And events like this are so important when we share knowledge, we share relationship, and we share feelings to a better world. We start lightning, wisdom, faith in science and life. I hope this event will be a success, as all we had done, all one that has decided to fight, and the people in Ukraine and some people in Brazil. I wish everybody a nice time and a hard commitment to science and technology. Congratulations to all organizers, and let's go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arsuloni, for your kind words. Thank you so much. Now let me invite to say a few words our Professor Raghuraman, Chief Advisor of Mira Consulting Firm, former faculty at School of Business Management, Oman, from India. Please, Professor.
Thank you, Nina. Good afternoon and good evening to all the dignitaries from various countries, FAI members, secretaries of various chapters, other dignitaries. It's a pleasure for me to say a few words about this conference. The 3-day international conference is organized by FAI in association with the colleges and universities from various countries and also in India. The topic, the covering topic is, main topic is emerging trends in management, social sciences and tourism. 3 aspects is very important thing. Management, the paradigm shift in the management. Also, the tourism plays a vital role for the growth of the country for this. The conference covers analytics, pricing decisions, business intelligence, business models and digital marketing, and major trends and changes in the tourism and hospitality. In fact, I would like to say one thing. The main motive of the conference is, I used to say quite frequently, the younger generation, it's providing a platform for the younger generation with a formal exposure, also for the emerging faculty members. This conference and the eminent speakers will throw a light on the various aspects, and this will be helpful for the every members. I wish the conference a grand success, and from the conference, eminent members and speakers will come out their ideas and various research methods. I should be very thankful to the organization secretaries and other big members who was directly or indirectly supporting the conference. And thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you very much, Professor Raghuraman, for your words. Let me invite to say a few words Dr. Elizabeth Pereira, Associate Professor, Department of Economics and Management, Industrial Engineering and Tourism, University of Aveiro Campus, Universitário de Santiago, Aveiro, Portugal. Please, Dr. Elizabeth, your word.
Thank you, Professor Nina, for the presentation. So, greetings from Portugal. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the presents. I want to compliment all the persons here present today for this very nice and interesting conference. I want really to compliment all the members of the FAI, but all the members of the organization from all the universities here present today. And it's always a good initiative. So be part and participating in the conference where the sharing of the knowledge is present. And especially in the case of today, in this new situation that we are facing to, and the new challenges that we really are living today, especially today on November 26th, with new information of this pandemic situation. So this topic of this conference is really very important, highlighting the emerging trends of analytics in management, social sciences and tourism. So it's really a very relevant issue. So I would like to thank to the organization, to all, of an excellent organization with very nice topics that we are really to have the pleasure to hear about. And so I wish many success for sure for this conference that are open today. And so thank you very much for the participation and lots of success that for sure we are going to have.
Thank you, dear Elizabeth, for your words, for your kind words. Thank you so much. Let me invite to say also for a few words, Professor Fifat Non-Senator, the President of the Association of Researchers of Thailand. Dear Professor Fifat, the word is yours. Professor Fifat, are you here?
Yeah, just a minute. Dr. Yana Kuhn. Dr. Yana Kuhn, are you here? Because Dr. Yana Kuhn was like, Dr. Yana Kuhn. He's present here, I think. Anyway, please continue.
Okay.
He's present here, but not.
Let me invite to say a few words, Mr. Gabor Pataki, lecturer, coordinator at the Accounting and Auditing Department, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, Vice President at Association of Hungarian Entrepreneurs of Transcarpathia from Ukraine, who is going to address on behalf of Professor Robert Bashi, who is the head of our department. Please, Mr. Gabor, the word is yours.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much, dear Nina. I am here. Accounting and Auditing Department is the youngest department of the Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education. Starting the BSc specialty of Accounting and Taxing at the department was in accord with college strategic decisions to offer, sides by sides with teacher training specialties that in the demand and the labor market, and need professional knowledge about Ukraine, provides instruction in several languages, Hungarian, Ukrainian, and English. Features that Transcarpathian students can find nowhere else. In 2020, the specialty underwent the first successful Ukrainian state accreditation. Since 2016, licensing produced the first congratulation was in 2020. Moreover, recent years showing increased interest for accounting and specialty and an ever-growing number of students. In the last academic year, the number of students grows dynamically, 24 first-year students and numerous second-year students. In 2021, 89 students majoring in accounting and taxing started their students, including 64 daytime and 25 correspondence ones. Our current strategy plan is to start the following training that is accredited in Ukraine: accounting and taxing at EMA level, and as well as finance credit is ensured at the BA level. And thank you very much. I introduce our department, and nice to meet you, and thank you very much. This introduced.
Thank you, dear Gabor, for introduction of our department and our institution as well. So, and for your wishes for our participants and attendees of the conference.
Thank you.
Dear guests, let me invite as well to say a few words our Dr. Subramania Bhatt, Principal, Swami Vivekanand, Vidyaprasarak Mandal College from Goa, India, our co-organized department. Please, Doctor. Dr. Subramania Bhatt.
Yeah. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. We are in the Goa now. We are the host, supposed to be that the physically due to the COVID, we are having through Google or Zoom Meet. I know that various countries are participating in this wonderful seminar that's organized by FAT Academy of India, that is our history. Federal Academy started from the college, Carmel College in Goa. I am very associated with that. I had a guest lecture from the beginning. Even last 2 years back, I attended the physically. Last year, we had a Google Meet when Srivastava sir, Pankaj Srivastava, Professor Pankaj Srivastava mentioned that we should have in the Goa. Then I raised my hand. I am there with you always for the Federal Academy. That is a wonderful event we are making. November, December. We can meet from the various countries, sitting in the different places. But our mindset, we are together always. I congratulate first of all the Federal Academy for all the office bearers for organizing this wonderful seminar. Then again, my special thanks goes to Professor Srivastava and all others for this organizing. Okay, I will not take much time about behalf of the management. We are very happy that we are with you always. Even next year in the physical mode, last year I mentioned that physical mode, we are there with you. The Federal Academy, this year we could not much make it because the college started late. COVID students are just started coming to the colleges. There is even teachers, professors are coming. They are academically busy. Next year it will be okay, I feel. And next year again, Professor Srivastava sir, we are there with you for the Swami Vivekanand College video always. Thank you. I am very, very thankful for the Federal Academy. I welcome you all for this seminar. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words and for your invitation. And our expectations about the next year must be very positive. Thank you so much. Now I would like cordially invite our today's guest of honor, Professor S.K. Kushwaha, the Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Himachal Pradesh from India. Please, dear Professor. Dear Professor Kushwaha. Kushwaha. Professor Kushwaha, are you here?
Professor Kushwaha, sir, please open your curtain. Honorable Professor Saket Kushwaha ji, Vice Chancellor Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. He's here. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, please address the participants as a guest of honor.
Yeah. I see Vice Chancellor is here, Rajiv.
He is here.
Muted, sir.
Muted, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wait.
Mic and video muted.
Premji Singh sir, please call him.
Yeah.
Professor Kushwaha?
Yeah, just wait a minute. Just wait.
Oh yeah.
Join.
Yeah, connectivity problem is there.
Yes.
Connectivity problem is there.
Please, Professor Nina, please invite once again.
Yeah, okay. Dear colleagues, with a deep
I think it is my turn now.
Yeah. Professor Kushwaha, kindly address the gathering. Yeah.
The Master of Ceremony, is it my turn now?
Yeah.
Hello. Is it my turn?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, kindly address Professor Kushwaha.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for this kind of hassle because of connectivity problem. Anyways, my warm greetings to the chief guest. We have here chief guest Dr. Fodor Gielo, Vice Rector for Scientific Work and International Relation from Ukraine. The other dignitaries who are here present on this platform, all the executive council members of this federation, this society, all the office bearer, the advisory committee members, and the president of this organization, Professor Dr. Bist, Birendra Singh Bist. Then we have my friend over there, Professor Premjit Singh sir. He's my senior also. And I believe that we are seeing each other and we have pronounced the name of everyone here. So let me express my view. My warm greeting to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Let me tell you first that why I'm happy. Professor Premjit Singh, actually, he's my also senior, as I told you. Then the focus of this particular event is very important for us. Why I said so? See, because of since 2020, 25th March 2020, we are witnessing the issue of COVID-19. That means this particular problem has thrown all of us out of focus, out of balance. So having such kind of program, I believe, had been this problem, this pandemic is not on floor, we would have met somewhere on physical mode. Because I believe that though this seems a very, very lucrative platform, but nothing is better than face-to-face interaction. So we are missing that particular format. But in the future, I would like to extend my humble invitation to all of you that organization must plan maybe next year the annual event here in this Arunachal Pradesh, or maybe in Tawang area, the highest monastery in this world. And you know that Tawang is a very famous for this Buddhist culture. So that is my standing invitation to all of you. And for that one, I will write a formal letter and then we will discuss how we can do it. This is one. Second thing is that the emerging trends, I have seen the book, the publications all of you have brought to the public and to all of us. This is a very noble effort. You see, the thing is that nowadays I believe that though everything is available on fingertips, we have various kind of social platform where soft copies are available. But I believe that apart from having soft copy, we are supposed to push the younger ones, the youth brigade we have here in this world, for them to motivate them to have a book in hand. You see, whenever my any colleague will advise me that, sir, I have seen that book, I will immediately try to procure that book within 24 hours. Do you know that I was doing a particular selection process in India for assistant professor, associate professor, and professorial level? Then somebody told me that I should read the book Sapiens by Harari. Do you know that I took only few hours to order that book, and all 4 or 5 books are there with me? Why I'm telling you this thing? Nowadays, the habit of going to library, reading a book is going down. So when this organization brought the book, and I believe that we should be having a habit of buying the hard copy, apart from making it available to general public soft copy, we are supposed to have a habit of making a library. You see, whenever we feel some kind of frustration or some kind of dejection, then it is the best place I find is 2 places. One, my library, and other thing is involving myself with those small toys
So that kind of technique I'm using to bring out myself from that kind of system. Other thing is that, you see, when I was in the Darbhanga as a vice chancellor, when I was working, I introduced some of the topic, some of the area like tourism. That this particular area, like we developed Buddha circuit, Gaya and other Vaishali area, that circuit we have developed. In Varanasi, the constituency of Honorable Prime Minister of India, I come from that, I hail from that area. So there also I have developed the Buddha circuit, including Sarnath and then maybe the Vidya circuit. So there's a need for us to develop those kind of courses where the busiest industry could be given a platform, a chance for a younger one to be included in the system to earn their livelihood, while we can give chance to the larger society to visit that area to know the heritage and culture of that area. So this is one. Other thing is that my background is agriculture. And do you know that it sounds selfish for me, but you know what I do? When I came to this particular university in last year, I have started a faculty of agriculture. So I believe that somebody asked me that why faculty of agriculture? I said, this is the particular area where involvement of even people who don't have degree is there. Like if we have brought a technology, so we can really involve people from all segments. Those who have degree, they could be a teacher, they could be researcher. Those who are not having degree, they are a stakeholder, and we can transfer the knowledge to them. So I believe that the particular platform where I am, this second FAI IUBGMS 2021, this particular webinar conference we have, it is going to give me another platform. Maybe I would like to sign MOU with all of you, with the organization, so that that we can bring ourselves. RGU could be a technical partner with you, so that whenever we have such kind of program, the younger ones in this area, Arunachal is a tribal dominating area, and to come to Arunachal, there's a inner line permit. That means normally people cannot come to this area without having that permission, because people fear that the culture will be spoiled somehow. I'm telling the government of Arunachal Pradesh that it is better for them to allow people to go up to that grassroots, up to the last line, so that we will know each other. You see, culture, having a tradition, having a culture is one thing, but to know about that culture by other outsider, when we call, that means other people across the periphery of that state, it is very important. So I believe that with this particular chance which I have gotten today, I have to extend my heartfelt feeling that I want to say thanks indeed for giving me chance, Professor Premjit Singh Saab and the organization FAI. But my feeling is that there's a lot of things which we could do together. So with these words, I wish to extend the greetings once again to the platform, to all those people, the media friends, then all those participants who are there. And maybe at the end of the program, we also have, I will be also associated up to the end, the recipients of various awards, because I can see that we are also going to confer some awards. So in advance, I'm extending my greetings to them. I wish to congratulate them. And I also kudos to the organization. Thank you very much. Jai Arunachal, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your talk, for your speech, and for your great ideas about cooperation, future cooperation. We will develop our mutual cooperation for the future, of course. Now, with a deep respect, let me invite the presidential address of President of FAI, Professor Virendra Singh Birsht. Dear Professor, please.
Thank you, Professor Nina.
Welcome.
Warm greetings to all. First to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Fodor Galo from Ukraine. Also, welcome to Professor S.K. Kushwaha-ji, Dr. Premjit Singh, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, Dr. P.K. Srivastava, he has also joined lately, Major General M.P. Singh, Professor Chai Ching Tan, Professor F. Srinivas, Elizabeth T. Pereira, Dr. Liliana Guran, S. Pius Messier, Dr. Pablo, Dr. Mara Darkensi, Dr. Sairung, Professor Arsiloni, Professor Gobor Pataki, Dr. Subramanya Bhatt, and our organizers, FAI executive team, FAI coordinators for the program, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava and the team, Swami Vivekanand College professors, and the technicians. Welcome to you all. It's a great occasion for us to have this second international conference organized on emerging trends in management, social sciences, and tourism. We'll use, in otherwise case, if there was no COVID-19, we could have met at Goa. So we are missing that opportunity. But I'm sure that in future, we'll have enough opportunities to meet at different places. Friends, we know that Fetter Academy has done excellent job during last 4 or 5 years. Total about 27 international conferences, and with a lot of publications and opportunity given to the scientists to share their experiences and the information that they have generated for their development purposes. The world is facing several issues which also need to be attended by us, and the researchers, the managers, and all others, the teachers, the students, research scholars. I feel that first and the foremost that is going to be of long-term implications is climate change. And this is going to influence all of us and has been influencing all of us in a big way. And climate change means a lot of changes in the ecosystem, and then agriculture, the industry, and then demographics, diseases, population, and so on and so forth. Another issue is sustainability, how to sustain the systems, whether it is townships or villages, or the development processes, the institutions, and so on. The management of society also becomes very, very important, growth and business. IT sector has been giving us a lot of technology and facilities, but it has to be made use for public good and not for devastation purposes. So in that way, a lot of changes are taking place. In agriculture, in health sector, in tourism sector, and in various other sectors, IT has taken a big role. It has become now very simple to interact with people. And the fine example is over here, wherein about 14 to 15 countries, the participants, the experts, and the audience, they are together over here without moving from one place to another. In future, we are going to see a lot of changes. Few have already been enumerated by Professor Tan, and we'll see fast and rapid changes in almost all the sectors in future. So our attention must also be focused on these issues and how to manage them properly, adequately, and efficiently for the development of humanity, for betterment of humanity, and for bringing peace and prosperity between nations, peace and prosperity between societies, and then development, so that our energies are best utilized for sustainability purposes, for growth purposes, and for the betterment of all human beings and also other bioforms which are there on our Mother Earth. I wish the conference a great success. I once again, I'm thankful to Dr. Pankaj Srivastava and the team for doing excellent job in organizing this particular conference. Thanks a lot to Dr. Nina Poida-Noisky for her great efforts and then for great coordination job and very nicely bringing out the details of this particular conference in soft copy form. Thank you once again, all of us. Thank you and welcome for this valuable conference. I am sure that very informative papers and presentations are going to be made, which will be helpful to all of us in future as well, and also give direction for Federal Academy as to in which direction we'll have to work more and what are the areas that need our greater attention. Thank you all and have a very nice conference and very nice deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Bish. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for everything and for describing the main tendencies nowadays. Thank you so much. Now, dear colleagues, time is to release the conference proceedings. So I would like to ask our IT support and with the direction maybe Professor Pankaj to display the proceedings. Thank you. Professor Pankaj, please unmute. Yeah.
The screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the cover page, sir, for the abstract proceeding of this conference, Second India, Ukraine, Brazil, and Greater Mekong Sub-Region International Conference, the editorial board. And this is the building where Professor Nina and Professor Fodor belongs, the campus of the Hungarian College of Higher Education. And the editors, along with me, Professor Nina, Professor Chai Ching Tan, Dr. Elizabeth, and Professor Robert Pacho. This is the volume 7th. The message from the editor's desk. We are awaiting the ISBN number. As soon as we receive the ISBN number, this soft copy will be uploaded on the FAI website. These are the details of the abstracts that is shared. A lot of its abstracts are to be added soon. A few of the abstracts are to be added soon. So that's all about this. We need a permission for the chief guest and guest of honor, president, vice president, for confirming the release of this abstract proceeding.
Yeah, we may release the publication, please. The abstracts.
Thank you. Thank you. So Professor Nina, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for releasing the conference proceedings. And now, dear colleagues, dear participants, for chairing the next session of the inauguration program and announcing academician awards, I'd like to invite Major General and distinct retreat chairman, facilitation committee from FII, Gurugram, India. Professor Dr. MP Singh, please.
Thank you, Professor Nina. My warm greetings to all. May I now request Dr. Gomes, Secretary, FAI Goa Chapter, to please give a presentation on late Shri Umakant Shrivastavaji. Professor Gomes.
Yes, please. Mr. Sri Umakant Shrivastava was born on 11 August 1940 at village Mahabrev, located nearby the highway, National Highway 56, Uttar Pradesh, as the young son of Sri Lakshman Srivastava. His schooling started from the Mahabrev Primary School before independence. Later, he joined BRP Inter College, Jaunpur in 1950 for his matric schooling. He passed his high school from Kanyakuj Inter College, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh in 1953 and did his 10+2 education from Raza Inter College, Rampur in 1955 with the highest score in science in the Rampur district of Uttar Pradesh.
Professor Gomes.
I think network connectivity, sir, just wait.
Sir, if you would like to take it on, sir. Pankaj, sir.
No, 1 minute, he is speaking, sir.
Just wait a minute, sir. He is joining. Due to network, he lost the connection. Sir, should I continue on behalf of, because it seems that he is missing. Yes, sir.
Dr. Pankaj, you may like to continue.
Let me continue.
Sir, you may like to give the account of your.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. In 10+2 level, he achieved the highest score at the Rampur in the biological sciences. He pursued his graduation from Lucknow University, and then he joined as he joined law course from the TD College, Jaunpur, under the Gorakhpur University. That moment the college was affiliated. He started his career as a teacher of the life sciences in one of the 10+2 level intermediate college, Kajgaon Intermediate College. He contributed a lot in the field of education. He has been the president of 3 postgraduate colleges in Jaunpur, namely Mukteshwar Prasad Mukteshwar Prasad Postgraduate College, Mukteshwar Prasad Inter College, BRP Inter College. He was associated with other academic institutions, contributed a lot for the upliftment of the downtrodden people, especially the students, those who are from the slum area, those who are having a poor background, provided essential support for their education, because the place where the house was developed for his accommodation, the people were mostly illiterate. And today is the situation, due to their contribution, all the girls are having a postgraduate qualification with B.Ed degree, and they all are very, very grateful for his outstanding contribution for upliftment of the society. He always provided essential support, especially he was a renowned person in the revenue. And one of the renowned justice of Supreme Court, Mr. Ashok Bhushan, he had been his junior. He used to visit, to consult him, to meet him for his valuable advice. And later on, Mr. Ashok Bhushan became the judge of the High Court and then Supreme Court, who delivered the famous verdict. And number of other legal persons, those who are directly associated, they usually consult him because he was an authority in the revenue department. He was a revenue associated cases. He never practiced in the field of criminals. He was not of the view to pursue the cases of criminals. He always pursued the cases of revenue related issues free of cost, especially from the locality where he lived. And till the end of his life, he was totally devoted for the people who was from the village domain, from the nearby town area, and for the upliftment of the educational institution. Free of cost, he offered the legal support to a number of institutions like TD Postgraduate College, like TD Inter College, BRP Inter College, Mukteshwar Prasad Postgraduate College, Mukteshwar Prasad Inter College, and others institutions, those who are located in the village domain. Most of the time, most of the secretaries of the institutions used to visit him to consult. Even he was having such an authority that the revenue officials, especially SDM, ADM, they used to meet him for the drafting of the judgment. So he was such a kind of lawyer, having a very sound repute. Until the end of his life, he maintained the status. On the April 29th, he took his last breath. And since then, the moment he took his last breath, the entire locality, entire market of the Jaunpur district, they closed down their market in the respect of Sri Vivekanand Srivastavaji. And this is the only award that we used to give for the Distinguished Academician Award from FAI. And we started this 2016, and this is the 6th award that the FAI is going to confer. So that's all about Sri Vivekanand Srivastavaji. And in his memory, for his outstanding contribution for the academics, for the society, FAI is of the view to continue this award, to offering to especially distinguished academicians, those who have done excellent work in their respective field. General MP Singh, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Georgia to please say a few words about Dr. Professor P.K. Srivastavaji, the awardee of the prestigious award today.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Dr. Prabhat Kumar Srivastava, born October 1951, obtained his bachelor's in science agricultural engineering degree in 1974 Master of Technology degree in Crop Process Engineering in 1976, and PhD in Mechanical Engineering degree in 1989. He has worked in various capacities as scientist and senior scientist in Indian Council of Agricultural Research between 1976 and 1997, professor and founder chairman of the Department of Post-Harvest Engineering and Technology between 1997 and 2008, founder dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, between 2000 and 2002, and as a founder dean of the College of Agricultural Engineering and Post-Harvest Technology, Gangtok, under Central Agricultural University, Impal, between 2008 to 2016. After superannuation in October 2016, Professor Srivastava has also served Central Agricultural University, Impal, as Professor of College of Food Technology between October 2016 until June 2017, Founder Dean, Faculty of Engineering, KK University, Bihar Sharif, between March 2017 and June 2018, Executive Director, TIT Group of Institutions, Bhopal, July 2018 until December 2018. And once again, as Founder Dean, Faculty of Agriculture Sciences, Engineering and Technology, IES University, Bhopal, between March 2020 and March 2021. During his 44 years career, Dr. Srivastava has handled 30 research and design projects, 13 externally and 17 internally funded. He has been associated with design and development of over 8 equipments, 3 value-added products, and 20 process protocols. Dr. Srivastava has supervised 6 PhDs, 55 Masters of Technology, 2 Master of Science, and 2 Bachelor of Technology research dissertations. Dr. Srivastava is the Fellow of Indian Society of Agricultural Engineers, Honorary Fellow of BioVed Society of India, and recipient of several other awards for his professional contributions. He has published over 30 books and bulletins, over 220 papers, 4 book chapters, 30 extension bulletins and leaflets, and 6 training manuals. Currently, Dr. Srivastava is associated with one non-governmental organization as vice president, engaged in development of modern agriculture and small food processing establishments. He is also providing expert advices for establishment of a new agriculture skills-based institution in Eastern India. Congratulations, Professor, for an extraordinary resume.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Georgia.
Congratulations, Professor P.K. Srivastava.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Professor P.K. Srivastava. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Raghuram. Honorable Dr. Best, the President of
Sir, may I take a minute, sir, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Professor Georgia, for giving such illustrious resume about Professor Dr. Srivastava. May I now invite Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Fodor Gyola, Vice Rector, Hungarian College of Higher Education, Guest of Honor, Professor Saket Kushwahaji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, President FAI, Professor B.S. Beshji, former Vice Chancellor of G.B. Pant Agriculture University, Pantnagar. Vice President FAI, Professor Premjit Singh Ji, former Vice Chancellor, Agriculture University, Manipur. Also, I would request and invite Felicitation Committee members, Professor Devagar, Professor Nina, Brigadier Praveen, Professor Georgia, Dr. Gomes, to kindly present the memento to Professor Dr. P.K. Srivastava, much deserved award. Please, here is the memento. Request you to kindly join in presenting the same to him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A highly, very prestigious award in academic world.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So let me invite our today's awardee, Professor Prabhat Srivastava, to say a few words. What do you think about this award?
Sure. Thank you, Professor Nina. It's my privilege to acknowledge with my heart the award bestowed upon me, a very prestigious award in the name of Sri Umakant Srivastava, to whom I personally knew. Dr. Best, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, Dr. M. Premjit Singh ji, Dr. Divakar, General MP Singh, and Nina, yourself, Professor Jarjia, and others who have considered my name for this award. I have sentiments. I never thought that I deserve for this award, number one. Number two, because it is in the honor and name of Sri Umakant Srivastava ji, to whom I personally knew. And third, incidentally, I am the person who gave this award in the 2016, the first award to Dr. Pathan. My contributions to FAI are since 2016, a small contribution. I was one of the team member with Dr. Pankaj Srivastava in dreaming, planning of the activities of FAI. A word was coined by me. I several times quote, aware, care, and share. That is the purpose of FAI. It should be. I am happy that the activity which started in 2016, exactly after 5 years now, it has gone to almost 33 countries with so many distinguished personalities associated with it. I cannot name everybody, all the distinguished guests of today, the associated life members, the other fellows. We very quite often learn many new things, and that was the purpose. As Dr. Best was mentioning in his presidential address, or before that, Dr. Saket Kushwaha was mentioning, the world has become a very small unit, but the population has gone beyond the imagination. So welfare of everything is highly important issue, and at least the scientists, the academicians of FAI associated with FAI can contribute in expansion of the thoughts, those activities which can welfare the world all around. I'm very happy that we have reached to a very high level, as Dr. Sri Praveen Srivastava ji used to tell me, I mean say during discussion, a very high level that has to go on moving up and up to the sky, unlimited level. I again once upon thank to the Executive Council, all the members of Executive Council, to the members of the group which considered me fit for this award. Of course, I have received a number of awards. And incidentally, in next month, 17th of the December, I am again receiving one award from another international society, Noni Society, for my contribution on the horticultural subjects. It's a fellowship. So this is a good harvest for me, November and December, incidentally. And I thank from my heart to all of you for this award, and I wish grand success to this conference. I'm sorry, because of certain engagements in my family, I am not in position to join you. during the conference, but my best wishes are there. Lot of issues, new thoughts, and wonderful speakers, led by Dr. Best, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, Professor Nina, and all others. Thank you very much. I again thank you all. Thank you.
Please accept again our warm congratulations. You really deserve this honorable award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, dear colleagues, with a big pleasure, let me invite for address by chief guest our Dr. Fodor Dulo, the Vice Rector for Scientific Work and International Relations from Ferenc Rakoczi, Second Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education from Ukraine. Please, Dr. Dulo.
Thank you so much, dear honorable members of the organizing committee, dear colleagues, dear guests. It is a huge pleasure to greet all of you on behalf of the Ferenc Rakoczi, the Second Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, on the occasion of this remarkable scientific event. Being on the international list of organizers, together with the Father Academy of India, the UNIFACVEST University Center of Brazil, the Association of Researchers of Thailand, the University of Management of Economics of Cambodia, and the Swami Vivekanand Vidyaprasarak Mandal's College of Commerce, already gives us quite delicate feelings. As you know, the conference is entitled Emerging Trends in Management, Social Sciences and Tourism, which means a broad span of researchers, research fields, and lectures we presented during the 3 days of the event. We all know that economics, banking and finances, bookkeeping or tourism are among the leading or key branches of the national economies of the world, or the world economy in general. And this is true to an even higher extent in these hard times that the humanity has to experience nowadays. Thus, in my opinion, it is very important to deal with their new achievements on a regular basis, unifying the results with the demands of higher education, promoting high-quality student training all over the world. And I believe that the present conference will play its role in all the mentioned fields and functions. So, let me wish every participant of the event a useful and effective scientific consultation with new results and innovative thoughts to share. Thanks for your attention and enjoy your time.
Thank you, Dr. Professor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your talk and thank you for your speech. Thank you for presenting our university at such an international conference. Now, dear colleagues and dear participants, let me invite to say for a vote of thanks. I would like to invite Loskori Gabriela. She's a lecturer at Accounting and Auditing Department at Ferenc Rakoczi, Second Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education from Ukraine. She's my colleague. Please, Gabriela, have a voice.
Thank you, Nina. Honorable organizing partners, respected speakers, moderators, and chairman, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on the first day of such a great international conference. I, on behalf of Ferenc Rakoczi Second Transcarpathian College of Higher Education, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all organizers and speakers for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions today. I want to express my gratitude for the invitation that I received and congratulate you with the high level of organization and professionalism which made it possible to gather so many different experts and perform all activities successfully. It is a splendid event, both in terms of intellectual equality and social gratification. Such events are very important because they provide scientific development at the multicultural level. Over the decades, certain traditions have developed, including respect for everyone, parity for all participants when both a young scientist and a famous professor can freely express their opinions, discuss, defend their views. The format of the online conference you have chosen allows you to overcome not only the borders between countries, but also quarantine and pandemic barriers to the continuation of scientific dialogue of cultures. Dear conference organizers, I think you must be very proud of your work. I would like to express my deep gratitude for all the great work you have done to organize this scientific event for our unity, convenient format, and pleasant communication. Wishing you future successes and thanking again. I hope for our further scientific cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you, dear Gabriela. Thank you so much for your nice and kind words about our conference and word of thanks. Now, dear colleagues, let me forward it to our. Actually, we have a very nice tradition, habit in India and in Ukraine as well as a tea break. We may have a cup of tea now, but actually we have to go and to move to our technical session. So now let me invite Dr. Liliana Guran to chair and to be moderator at the technical session. Please, Dr. Liliana.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this distinction. Unfortunately, I am not so ready for this function. Why? Because I didn't see myself in the program, and I said I will be only here and only to say my vote of thanks and all my best wishes to all of you. Then this means that I have a function. Please, Professor Nina, repeat me again. I'm ashamed to ask, but please repeat again my duty, what I have to do.
Dear Dr. Liliana, you are moderating the technical session. We have 4 resource persons and chairpersons as well. So you have to announce our resource person and a chairperson for each talk.
Great. Everything it's clear now. Please, sorry. Now, this is the start of our first technical session. I have a great honor to be one of the part of AI India and one of the part of this event. For this, I want to thank all of you, and I want to share my my honestly thoughts that our event will be a successful one, will be a great opportunity to share again knowledge and to prepare ourselves for the future challenge that will come. As we know, we are in a pandemic time and an awful times, but we must to be ready for everything in all the sectors of the economy and all the area of the science. Okay, as I am the inaugural chair, let me present our first chairperson, Professor Chai Chintan. Please chair the session for the first our speaker.
Thank you, Professor Liliana Guran, and it is my precious voice to introduce our beloved presidents of Federal Academies of India and Professors B.S. Bist is former Vice Chancellors C.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technologies, Uttarakhand, India, and he graduated with a PhD in Industrial Engineering and Management, and he held many great positions in the society, scientists, senior scientists, principals, scientists, directors, or in their project coordinators, and vice chancellors, as I just mentioned, and so on and so forth, a lot. And he has a lot of honors achievements too, such as Education Excellence Award, Colonel, Commandants of Indians Armies, mayors for the day in Colorado State, Fort Collins, United States, back in 1986 to 87, and Uttarakhand Raton, brand icon of the Kuman for Education Times in India. So today, professors, presidents, the BSBs will introduce and will just share with us the very pressing issues nowadays in India, which is relating to how rejuvenation of the holy Karyani river that is the pressing issue now, and how let's welcome professors BSBs.
Thank you, Professor Tan. It is my pleasure to go through this presentation before this August gathering. So kindly allow me. And by the time I set it all right, allow me to say a few words about this particular project, which I took up as a member of the Rotary Club of Rudrapur. We started thinking about rejuvenation of the river Kalyani. We started thinking about rejuvenation of the river. Am I visible?
Yes,
My screen is visible to you, please?
Yes. Perfect.
Thank you. This is environmental, technical, financial, and social issues experienced while rejuvenating the river, which flows through the city where I live in. And I welcome you all for this presentation and enjoying it. We have a large team. It is not one-man authorship, but it is an authorship of several of the people, including myself, and then Ashoka Agrawal, Vikas Sharma, and so on and so forth, contributing to in different aspects for rejuvenation of this particular river. The rejuvenation hand-holding agencies have been Rotary Club Rudrapur, Municipal Corporation, Drone College, Sathi NGO, RAN Public School, Rotaract Club, and Inner Wheel Club. So it's a combination of many. Warm welcome and greetings to all our colleagues over here. Warm welcome again to the chief guest and to FAI executives, organizing team members, and experts. Well, a scope of my presentation is discussing about the ecosystem of the river and watershed, the problems faced, the environmental issues, technical issues, financial issues, social issues, and then lesson learned and future directions for our work. The salient points have been, well, we know that water is one of the most important: air, water, and food, essential for life. So most of the world civilizations have developed in the vicinity of rivers. We all know it. Rivers get water from rainfall, snow, seepage of soaked water in catchment areas, tributaries, springs, artesian wells, and many other sources. Rivers provide water for irrigation, domestic use, industry, groundwater, aquifers, major rivers, etc. And River Kalyani was a clean river 20 years back while flowing through the city Rudrapur. But now it is almost a drainage nala. The river is now highly polluted on account of contamination by household waste, untreated waste from some of the industries. And my objectives of this presentation are experience sharing with you all, and to seek your suggestions, and to seek voluntary participation as well. Well, few small definitions. River is a body of water that flows downhill under the force of gravity. So it's a very simple definition. Simply, similarly, ecosystem, we can say that a geographical area where plants, animals, and other organisms, as well as weather and landscape, work together to form a bubble of life, consisting of biotic, that is the living components, as well as abiotic factors or non-living parts. Ecosystem, river ecosystem is therefore flowing water that drains the landscape, includes the biotic interactions among plants, animals, and microorganisms. Water quality is important: physical, chemical, and biological. Color, order, turbidity, temperature. Usually we look into color and order for checking whether the water is all right or not. Dissolved oxygen, BOD and COD, electrical conductivity, pH, nitrogen, and phosphorus nutrients available, salinity, radioactive substances, toxic substances, total coliforms, bacteria, protozoa, virus, algae, and then E. coli. So when we talk about water quality, means we are talking about all of these components, but then all these may not be possible to be measured at one time. So we look into the color, the turbidity, order of the water. So this is the water cycle, basically, how the rivers get water, and including the aquifers that get water from the discharge that is happening in the surroundings, in the geographical area. There are many polluting agencies and actions of human beings. For example, this one, the spraying and dusting, as well as from industry, we get a lot of waste material into the aquifers and into the drains. I'll come to this river now, the Kalyani River. It originates from a place known as near Pantanagar. That is the place. And then the river appears, and then it flows down from passing through the city of Rudrapur. However, the satellite imagery reveals, and then other tests reveal that, studies reveal that the origin of the river is not over here, but maybe about 15 to 20 kilometers north of this place, which are the foothills of Himalayas. It's very interesting. Though the river is not visible, but then water trickles down through very small underground drains to the river, and then river is formed at a place known as Patharchata and flows through Rudrapur city. Now it is highly polluted, and I will now I come to natural and environmental issues which are confronted in rejuvenation of this river. I am just going in a brief manner, so kindly bear with me. The precipitation, that means the rainfall, the seepage of water underground, as well as sideways, evaporation, water quality and uses, air pollution, aquatic life, vegetation, greenhouse gases that it creates because of high nitrogen, and so on, and birds, local and migratory, that consist of the total ecosystem. Environmental issues, technical issues, there are many, including profile of the river, water flow rate, different times and places, because it's a natural system, so it varies from time to time, and then from one place to another. Water quality, color, order, etc. I have described. Online monitoring system is a big problem. Technology, location, jacking system, frequency of observations, erosion and sedimentation are the issues that are confronted by us as far as the rejuvenation campaign is concerned. There were financial issues, the budget estimates, finding the correct costs, and including the labor, the sources of funds, management of the revenues, management of expenses. There are many social issues that are confronted by the team. First is awareness among people about the water quality, about sanitation, about cleanliness, and so on. And then not throwing the garbage into the river, seeking participation from the stakeholders, habitats at the river banks and domestic waste, cooperation and participation of the industry, which is all around, old habits, difficult to change, and then ever-increasing population density in the area, livestock housing, dairies, piggeries, roaming hogs, pigs, and dogs, religious customs, and there are many more social issues. This was the status before we took it up on January 26, 2021, this particular year. So the condition is very bad. It has become a drain instead of a river. It's a degenerated system, basically. And with the objective of improving the water quality also, this project was taken up. And in the first phase, we can see that the surroundings of the river were improved upon. The river bank was strengthened with the reinforcement, and the garbage were cleared manually as well as through machines. Large machines were deployed, and then cooperation of the people, and so on and so forth. So awareness campaign was taken up by school children as well as Rotaract Club, that is the younger group, in a big way. And gradually it became a successful campaign all around, including participation of the locals for improving the situation. Alternate means of throwing garbage rather than in the river were also managed and arranged from municipal corporation. You can see removal of silt was the major issue. It was huge volume of silt, and manual and machine operations were taken up. You can see that most of these are the volunteers. Hardly few workers which were hired, and machines were also being used. First, it was thought that let us have 100 to 150 meters of length of the river bank improved as a sample. And water quality analysis was done, and it was found that microbial and industrial contamination has been very, very high, which needs to be controlled. For sample purposes, water treatment plant was also installed nearby. And then for a tributary, of this particular river, which was coming from the town itself with a lot of chemical load, including domestic waste as well. We can see the condition then, that means on 26 January or January 2021 this year, and then this year, there's a lot of change has been made because of these interventions. It is possible to sit down over there and then also work and have meetings. So that's a very encouraging kind of development. A lot of newspaper coverage also automatically it was there. And then awareness campaign, we can see that the children of the area were made aware about it. And then fortunately, and then very interestingly, that the children have themselves now become the volunteers. And then they are trying to teach their own parents not to throw the garbage in the river and around, but to have it in the bins provided by the municipal corporation in order to clean the river. Now we can see that I'll go to the satellite imagery, courtesy Dr. Neeraj Pant. We see that in the year 2003, this was the kind of river line that is the yellow one. And then there was very little population residing nearby. In 2021, the situation is very much crowded. Thereby, thousands of these houses, they usually use there is no other source but to use the river for their throwing the garbage and so on. Similarly, the population density can be seen over here in 2021. We don't have the data before 2003, but then now onwards, maybe every 5 years, this data will be available. This is the kind of water flow that is happening in the river and from the river. We can see over here the forest area, forest cover, where the river originates. We have divided these into 3 zones. First is the collection, where the water is coming into the river, and then the water is passing through industrial belt, SIDCO, what they call Small Industries Development Corporation, and then many companies over there, including the companies producing a lot of effluent, which is damaging the river. And then 3, when it is passing through the city. We have been using drone also for mapping as to how the changes are taking place. And this is the route mapping basically of the river. These are the changes that have taken place over a period of time. The remote sensing based data, remote sense data has been used to conclude, to rather find as to where interventions are required, in which particular area. A large number of agencies now have come up, Rotary Club, and then the municipal corporation, and then NGOs, etc. coming up. And this is the picture of earlier when we started intervention in this particular river for rejuvenation purposes. And then it was studied up to the origin, which is about 6 kilometers, visible origin, but then invisible origin extends up to 15 more kilometers northward. This is the landscape now that appears. Slopes, the side banks of the river have been stabilized. All the garbage collected has been heaved over here, and then grasses are growing. This is yet another picture from the north side to south side. The park and lawns have been developed, Now it has become a beautiful place. And then grasses have been growing profusely. And then also the decorative plants all around. And finally, the patch that is 150 meters or so, it has become suitable even for photography. We can see as to how the landscape is coming up, but then there are many, many problems. A big problem is coordination between all of these agencies. Yet another problem is still the pigs, the wild boars, the domestic. That means the livestock basically damaging the plants all around. And then there are still the practice of people to throw garbage in the river. This you can see as how we work and plan at the site itself. Our whole team just trying to find out as to what next has to be done. It has become a beautiful place, the small one, and participation of children also in weeding and in improvement of the greenery all around. Some of the members of the core team are over here. Well, lessons learned and conclusions. I am concluding it very fast, so kindly bear with me. River system Kalyani is a complex natural and man-made degenerated ecosystem. 10 years, 20 years back, it was very clean and a lot of birds around, and then people also are using that water for various purposes, not for drinking, but for other purposes. And now it has become unusable water. Participation of many agencies was required. Municipal corporation first, industry, colleges, schools, local people, NGOs, Rotary Club, R&D institutions was required. And not only in scientific way to plan the project, but also in execution of the project, in funding of the project as well. Participation of people was very much essential, which partly we have achieved, but still miles to go. Funding was done by industry, municipal corporation, individual donors, schools and colleges. Fortunately, the big companies are also coming in funding, and the government has also come up in a big way to fund this project. But we do not want to use the government funds in the sense that the government plans to have a cemented drain and developed out of this river, which we do not want. We want the ecosystem and a lively ecosystem to prevail over there. The natural system, including the aquatic life, including the birds, migratory birds, and including the parks and so on and so forth. And so government funding basically is not very much desirable in the sense that it will be developing the river into a canal, a pakka canal, or what we call it, cement trapezoidal section, and then drainage, which is not required as far as our philosophy is concerned. The river ecosystem, fortunately, have responded very well to the interventions of the rejuvenation. Different interventions were made, including the clearing floating boards, small boards. So the plants kept over there, and then they are absorbing the impurities and then clearing the water. Then further work needs to be done by industry under CSR, their corporate social responsibility, which is coming through hopefully. And then another 100 meters and 200 meters of patches will be given to the industry to take up this work further. So in that way, our experiences have been very rich, not only the successes, but also the failures. There are many problems which at individual level or which at the level of Rotary Club are difficult to be handled, but still we are going ahead. And expertise of several of the scientists is required in order to have water quality monitored, in order to suggest as to how this particular water stream could be improved upon and could be used. We have kept target that within 2 years, we'll make this particular river water usable for irrigation purposes and for rearing the fish as well. That means fishes should be visible as far as this water body is concerned. And after 5 years, the water should be clear, and it should be also, it should be able to be recycled for human applications for various purposes at that point of time. The need is to have online monitoring systems installed, which we are trying. The need is to have engineering drawings and designs also made, and then the horticulture, agriculture people also working along with this, and then finally the industry to take up this work further. Well, best wishes to you all, those who are listening, and in case you are interested to cooperate and collaborate in this particular work, we have a lot of scope to do it. We are taking it as a sample case for rejuvenation of other water bodies, because there are large number of water bodies. The population is growing very rapidly. And then pollution in the water bodies is also growing exponentially high. And if the pollution and then water bodies are not improved, the pollution remains the same, it will create a lot of problems, including like COVID-19 situation in nearby areas, because the birds and insects and the mosquitoes, flies, they may take the diseases and viruses and then bacteria further into the urban areas and rural areas. Therefore, the life will be very miserable. Besides, this particular river or any other river system gives water for aquifers. 50 years for the aquifers down below about 30 to 40 meters, and 100 years below the ground level up to 200, 300 or 400 meters. But those aquifers will be discharging water through wells or through tube wells in the society, for domestic purposes as well as for irrigation purposes. So in those cases, the polluted water may create a lot of problems for the next generation. The next generation will be in bad shape if the same system is allowed to go through. So we have to intervene, and that's why, despite many difficulties on the way, we are still working on it, and we have resolved that this water within 2 years will be able to irrigate the fields, plus it will have aquatic life. And then after 5 years, it will be usable for other domestic purposes as well as the factory purposes, the factories which are using, for example, the pea processing plant, for example, the milk processing plant. This water should be usable after 5 years. So with this, I thank you very much for listening very patiently, and thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my successes and failures as far as this team is concerned with respect to rejuvenation of the river system, a small river known as Kalyani at Rudrapur, which is my own place over here where I am residing. Thank you all, and best wishes.
Thank you, Professors PSB, for enlightening and giving us a very enlightened way of involving community and researchers and all the relevant stakeholders to engage in something so urgent such as the rivers pollution. If we do not do anything about it, it will also influence not only today's life, but also the future and next generation. And I see from Professor BS presentations teaching us a very, very practical way of engaging participatory action research in a way that the research contributes not only to real world not only to the researchers, but also to most importantly, the real world problems. And only by involving stakeholders and people who are directly in concerns, I mean, the stakeholders, that the research will produce result in such a short time that we can see the parties going on, the birthdays can be held, barbecues, and so on and so forth. And so this is a very wonderful thing. I also see many things. I will speak from the point of view that I see what I inspire from, get the inspiration and the benefits from Professors BS, such as what I have just said, participatory action research. The other thing I see is there are continuous cycles going on. I see awareness going into action, and which goes into the final things that Professor BS has just kept repeating, showing the results, which is the actualization of rejuvenations or whatever objective has been developed and designed. And so we are seeing after these results, positive results, it benefits industries. It benefits the peoples in the catchments. I think there is probably the density was shown relatively high now, and maybe 1 lakh of populations are in the catchments area, and we also see benefiting the nature. The birds are probably coming in and also preventing the hazards and disease. And also with the good landscapings, and it will induce positive psychologies and physical well-beings. People can get there, can do a lot of the entertainments and exercises, and without feeling insecure from the environment. And I also see that as a result that we can produce cases, education cases. The slides itself is education cases, and the education cases can therefore expand the awareness beyond the communities. So meaning that Professor BS cases becomes the education cases for the whole India, that we together, there is a power in transforming the societies. And this is a very important. And also, one thing that professors, being engineers and scientists, kept on telling us, which is why is we cannot easily get other leaders to have such an integrated way of doing things, is the cycles also involve engineering systems and monitoring. So we need to also continue to monitor and engage in engineering systems and the infrastructures to ensure that there are proper infrastructures for garbage, proper systems for monitoring, for filtration, for supporting whatever things. Otherwise, they will come back to the old habits. And also, most importantly, educate the corporate social responsibility mindset and attitudes of the industry, because they are in the zone number 2, which is where the rivers passing through from the forest to the city, where the cities are suffering from these garbages and things, and especially during the raining seasons, and the flooding will flood all the garbages and causes chaosity. So we once again we're seeing a lot of benefit from Professor BS speech. It is truly benefiting this conference, and because from this conference we are seeing things are emerging. not only in the analytics, but also in the attitudes, in the mindset, in communities, in social responsibility. And these are common things that they will continue to need urgent and the resolution and efforts of the researchers. So we are not only targeting on the emerging issue, but I think we have to repeat on the common responsibility issues on emerging issue, of course. Thank you very much, Professors BS, and thank you, everyone. I hope if anyone has any question, you can ask Professors BS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tan. You have explained it what I could not do, probably more than that. And the education aspect and then the futuristic angle is very, very important. So in that way, you have highlighted my presentation from that angle as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chai Ching Tang, being the chairperson of the nice speech of our President B.S. Bisht. Any question, comments? Do you have? No? Yes, Professor Arvid Kumar Sharan?
Yes, a wonderful presentation by Professor B.S. Bisht. Really congratulate him for his good work for Kalyani regeneration. I have only one small query to ask is, how is the upstream behavior of Kalyani with advent of population rise, of advent of infrastructure constructions, and so on, whether the government, some regulation has been there so that the water which is naturally coming into Kalyani should not get stopped.
In brief, I'll reply this and my observations and whatever experiences we have so far. Many of the industries, they are treating their effluent, but some are not treating their effluent. And then they are also draining the effluent. That means the untreated water inside the ground, which will be polluting the aquifers also in longer run. Number two, as far as the upstream condition is concerned, up to 1 or 2 kilometers, it is okay. But after the river passes through, starts passing through the that means the colonies, it gets dirty. But then more than that is the industry pollution. So gradually we are going upstream. We started this from a place which is the central place of the city, basically, near the bus stand, main bus stand, and that is the downtown of the city, and then going ahead 100 meters and 200 meters adopted by the industry. So I must confess that still we have not been able to control the domestic as well as the industrial effluents coming into the river to that extent what we wanted. But then we are going ahead, and we are trying also to seek the help of the local administration in order to control it. But then there are many political factors as well coming into the play, wherein the pressure groups are there, so that we do not further take up this work and start intervening into the system, because the habitats, including the houses, have been made over the river, just at the river bank, and then everything is being dumped into the river. So maybe that the situation will require a lot of education, a lot of social awareness, their participation, as well as intervention of the administration in order to do something about those houses and those colonies which are draining their effluent directly into the stream. Thank you.
Thank you. Good explanation.
Thank you. I want to say a few words about this wonderful presentation. I want to congratulate Professor B.S. Bisht. Why? Because he presented here to all of us an example of good practices. What this supposed to means that the main idea of his presentation, I think, is if we have determination, we have a strong ambition, we can do wonderful works. Thank you, Professor, for this wonderful message.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let us go on our technical session, and let me introduce the Vice President of EIA, Raghu Raman, to chair, Professor Raghu Raman, to chair the next session.
Okay. Thank you, Liliana. It's my great pleasure to introduce our renowned professor, Professor Pavlo from Ukraine. And he's a professor, Department of Automated System and Modeling Economics of KN University, Ukraine. He has chosen the nice topic on assessing the regional development by the ranking indicators. What are the ranking indicators, which is very important thing. Thereby, the assessment of regional development takes place in this particular area or a particular segment for that. In this connection, I request our professor to welcome and chair the session and take over this. Professor Pavlo.
Thank you, Professor Roman Raghu, for my introduction. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your screen is visible.
Yes, I run my presentation. Dear organizers, dear participants, on behalf of our research team, let me express our gratitude for the opportunity to speak at the meeting of the second India, Ukraine, Brazil, and Greater Mekong Sub-Region International Conference 2021 on emerging trends in management, social sciences, and tourism, and present the results of our studies by the topic assessing the regional development by the ranking indicators. The problem of grouping and ranking of a region based on a set of initial indicators is one of the most important among the tasks of assessing the region's socio-economic development. The solution of this problem is complicated by the multidimensionality of their description and the multifaceted effect of the initial indicators on the final result. Indicators measured on non-metric scales can also be used for individual components. Therefore, it is necessary to use special tools to take into account indicators of different nature in the final result. So the purpose of the study is to solve the problem of ranking and grouping regions based on indicators of non-metric nature. The research objectives are presented on this slide. During our study, we identified approaches related to the assessment of regional development, like multidimensional statistic analysis methods, fuzzy multiplier models, clustering techniques, composite index assessment technology, and many others. These approaches are based on the use of quantifiable indicators.
Professor, can you show the CD? Can you show the PPT? PowerPoint?
Павло Михайлович, ваша презентація на титульній сторінці.
Excuse me.
Your slides are not changing, please.
Not changing.
Excuse me. I try to solve this problem. Excuse me.
No problem. Take your time. Yeah.
Do my screen is moved?
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's okay.
Fine.
Yes. Excuse me, dear colleagues. Thank you for your remark and research objectives. And approaches to solving the task of ranking and grouping indicators. These approaches are based on the use of quantifiable indicators, but very often the source data can be indicators that have a non-metric nature. Under such conditions, the use of quantitative methods is incorrect and led to use of non-metric statistic methods. Among the methods that are used in the processing of ordered data, it is worth noting the method of Kemeny median. This method is based on our approach to solve the problem of designing a generalized or consensus ranking of a set of objects in the presence of partial ranking for this set of objects, in our case, regions, and using some set of indicators. So all source data are data of non-metric nature. We conduct studies using such algorithm. First step, identifying a set of indicators that describe the socio-economic development of regions. Next, allocation of subjects that express social development and economic development. Third step, designing a consensus ranking of regions for each group of indicators. And final step, imagine regions in a space of consensus indicators, identifying the structure of relative regions location. Let us use next notations. R is a set of initial objects, M number of objects. Sigma is a set of initial non-metric indicators measured on an ordinal scale, and number of indicators. Subsets sigma subscript E consist of economic development indicators, and subset sigma subscript S includes social sphere indicators. X is a matrix that expressed a set of partial ranks of objects under study. It expresses initial data, and X with a lower index J, ranking by the diff indicators sigma J. The description of approach proposed is presented on the next slide. The problem is to create a generalized ranking of a set of object R from the initial indicators represented by a matrix X that expressed a set of partial ranks of objects under study, created on the selected set of indicators sigma. We denote required consensus ranking as X with asterisk. Usually such a problem is solved concerning some optimal criterion, which will determine the best ranking among all ones. It can be criterion for the minimum total distance from the optimal or consensus ranking to all rankings, which are given by the initial data. It described by the formula 2 and 3. Let's consider finding a consensus ranking by calculating Kemeny's median using the heuristic algorithm. To do this, it needs to construct for each ranking X the matrix of paired comparisons PK like formula 4. The expression 1 takes the form like formula 5. Suppose that in the ranking X with asterisk, the relation of advantage like RJ, RI dominated RJ is reached. We write the loss matrix V, which elements are calculated by the formula 6. Next step, for each row of matrix V, the total amount of losses is calculated using the formula 7, which served as a basic for finding a consensus ranking. To do this, we find the smallest value of the vector of total losses, followed by a removal of the corresponding objects from further consideration. Next step, the matrix V is reduced by recalculating its values by removing the elements of the matrix corresponding to the objects removed from consideration, and the process is repeated. To assess the importance of each of the partial ordinal indicators, we can use the absolute value of Spearman rank correlation coefficient. The higher the value, the more the resulting consensus ranking X with asterisk agrees with partial ranking XJ. We propose to use a grouping of regions based on such consideration. For each group of ranks indicators sigma E and sigma S, the partial consensus ordering X E with asterisk and XS with asterisk is constructed. Next, studied objects are depicted in the space of partial consensus ranked, and their natural stratification is identified. This allows establishing a regional structure by identifying a cluster of regions to identify gaps in their socio-economic development. Let us consider a practical testing of approach proposed. Excuse me. Consider the problem of consensus ranking of a case of Ukrainian regions according to approach proposed. As initial data, we choose non-metric indicators that reflect the partial ranking for individual components of socio-economic development that presented on this slide. Initial data are the outcomes of rating assessment of Ukraine's regions on a selected above the set of indicators for 2019 presented by Ministry for Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. Calculate the Kemeny medians for Ukrainian regions. The result of calculation are presented in next table. Also, we calculate the values of Spearman rank correlation coefficients between the initial partial rankings xj and the corresponding rank with x with asterisk. Thus, the calculated consensus ranking is most consistent with rankings obtained by indicators sigma 6, sigma 2, and sigma 7. It can be concluded that these indicators have a greatest weight in a construction of Kemeny medians. Next step, we calculate consensus ranking XE and XS. According to the rate of economic development indicators, the best ones are Kyiv region, Dnipropetrovsk region, Lviv region, Vinnytsia region, and Kharkiv regions. These results coincide with the result obtained by the overall of a set of indicators. The presented regions have a well-developed industry. Donetsk region, the Carpathian region, and Luhansk region have the lowest rating. Even though Donetsk and Lugansk regions are also regions with developed industries, at present, due to the objective reasons, the enterprise of these regions don't work on a full capacity. Because of social development, the best region are Rivne, Volyn, and Vinnytsia regions. Industrial regions leads in economic development have a slightly lower rating in social development, primarily due to the low level of environmental quality. Donetsk, Zakarpattia, and Lugansk regions also have the lowest rating. Despite the positive dynamics of employment, these regions have some of highest unemployment rates, as well as low rating on renewable energy and energy efficiency and social protection and security, which led to overall low rating of social development. And then we group the regions in the space of consensus ranking of economic and social development. Results are shown on the slide. The right part of the figure shows the ranking of regions in descending order of their consensus rating. Based on obtained result, it can be concluded that Ukraine's region may be divided into 4 groups, which correspond to the natural stratification in the space of partial consensus ranking scales. The approach presented illustrated the possibility of obtaining grouping, which allows us to identify the region structure based on a set of non-metric indicators. Note that the result obtained in general correlate with the grouping result obtained by applying the cluster analysis technology based on a system of metric indicators. Thus, the application of the present approaches, which is based on the construction of K-means medians, allows solving the problem of ranking and grouping of a set of objects on a collection of non-metric indicators. Brief conclusion are presented on this slide. We also know that the result of calculation can be taken into account for assessing the state of region's socio-economic development and creating a set of measures in the implementation of regional development strategies to overcome interregional socioeconomic differentiations. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Very excellent presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent presentation you are given there on the topic of assessment regional development by ranking indicators. I really appreciate you for the use of the most of the research method through various techniques you used there. Various techniques you used there, and I'm very happy for that. Second thing is, you have made a very the way which you have developed is social development. Explain the problem description and problem description methodology and different methodology you used there for that. After this, you have used the rules. The results and discussions. You used 11 parameters used there in 11 areas: economic, financial stability, small medium enterprises, economic development. These are the areas you have taken into consideration. And wonderful use of the current data is a Pearson correlation coefficient between the internal partial ranking and the consensus one. This is a last point you have mentioned that. This is a very valuable point you have mentioned for that. Also used that K means a median you used that. This is one of the very useful tool for this. Apart from this, from your study, last I mentioned there, ranked, and in 2 areas you ranked them, 2 regions you ranked them 1 and 2, and the ravine and one more you have mentioned that. And overall, your presentation is very good. I'm very happy that your presentation is very good. You have used a lot of, the statistical tools you used there, and thereby, and that shows your in-depth study in the each region, how you have ranked there each region based on the statistical tool, not in the conceptual study. Thank you very much, Professor, for the wonderful presentation you have given there. Any questions from the audience?
Will Professor genetic algorithm help you? It's a very good presentation by Paulo, Professor Paulo. Will genetic algorithm solve your grouping methods and ranking?
I think Professor Arvind, Dr. Arvind, he has referred only fuzzy. And I think he is not familiar with the genetic algorithm, it seems.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Once again, congratulate you for the wonderful presentation you have given there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pavlo Hihoruk. Professor Raguraman, thank you for the chairman function of this first technical session.
Thank you very much.
Further, let me introduce our Vice President, Professor M. Prajmi Singh, to be the chairperson for the next session. Please, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Liliana Kuran.
Just a minute, sir. Yeah. I think Professor Nina, Dr. Hobela will chair the session. No? Just a minute, sir. Yeah, Professor Dr. Hobela.
Thank you for entrusting me with such an honor and responsibility. First of all, I'd like to mention that a few months ago, I also became a part of FLI, and I'm sincerely glad about that. And I'm glad to welcome all the participants of this great event. And with great pleasure, I'll introduce and invite our respected scientist, Professor Premjit Singh, a Vice President FII, former Vice Chancellor, Central Agricultural University, Imphal, India, who is the chairperson of our next no less respected speaker. So, dear Professor Prabhajit Singh, please, the mic is yours. Dear Professor Prabhajit Singh, please introduce our next speaker.
So, thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce one of the senior, professors, Professor Arceloni Nisha Polpato. At present, she is head International Foreign Division, UNIFACVEST University Center, Brazil. And she is a very experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in the education industry, strong professional, graduated from Universidad Federal de Santa Catarina. So she will talk on flexibility of curricular units in Brazilian education and the new skills of the adolescent student. So I welcome Professor Arceloni for giving his valuable talk.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Hubella, my pleasure. Thank you for the introduction. Well, excuse me, let's push the presentation. Sharing here. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we are facing large and huge movements in education around the world. At the end of last century, we had some movements at UNESCO inspiring 4 pillars to do the difference in our life. Classical education is totally out of order. What we have, as I have been saying, in 2001, we had a terrorism attack in New York. At that time, we can realize that something is different in the world, because every eyes in the world are connected to New York. What we had, a difference, information, communication. Everybody in the world is following the same information. Recently, in December, exactly 30th of December, we had the first case in Wuhan of COVID. An old senior of 60 years old, exactly my age. So it was the first registered case of COVID. And January, February, March, we had a start of pandemic around the world. What is difference? What is the difference? All of us had to face strong changes in our paradigms. We had to face strong differences in our lives. We had isolation, we had masks, we had death around us, suffering around us. But to education, it was not a suffering. For sure, according to the contingency plans, we had to see and to check and to move toward movements, changes, strong changes. We had stress, we had equipments, we had new worlds around us. And What we have to do? Move. But to education, I say again, COVID-19 is so great. Why? Because we need global vision. What happened in New York need to perceive, to show us that we are connected, that frontiers are disconnected, broken. We have to develop a skill of attention and a strong capability to do difference around the world. We have to be critical. And I am not mentioning we people that are inside this room, but our students in basic, elementary, graduation schools, institutions. We have to face the possibilities to develop and synthesize knowledge, information, filter knowledge. No, it is not no more the university degree that makes the difference between us. In the years of 60, decades of 60, 70, 80, if we have a diploma, a certificate, a university degree, it is really for sure consequences to do a good job, good life. But today, more important than a university degree is how to do. What is important is to know how the screw will have to force. At the end of last century, UNESCO told us, informed us that we have to face in education, we have to do in this century a great effort to our students emerge in learn to know, learn to do, learn to live together, and learn to be. 4 pillars of education concentrated by more than 100 specialist coordinators by Jack Delors. We go ahead. Recently, we have talked so much about liquid education, Zygmunt Bauman. What Zygmunt Bauman with his liquid education told us? Liquid education is no one is inside a solid space, a certain space. It's totally connected to complexity education. We need a global vision to create and realize the opportunities all positions around the world can offer us. We have a skill of attention. We have to develop a capacity of instruction ourselves. More than learn, we have to learn, unlearn, because here we are talking about long life learning. We are talking about new skills, no more just cognitive approaches to learn, but social learnings skills. Critical development and the possibilities to synthesis, as I said before. Zygmunt Bauman brings us the change of the human conditions, the perceptions of technology in the human intellect. In today's society, most treated education as a mechanism for labor for companies and distributed privileges and deprivation, social inequalities. What we need? We need transcultural practice. We need no inclusion, not just inclusion. We need equality, equal capabilities, and see the other, look at the other, and perceive the culture, the opportunities, the characteristics the other has in their life. We need, still in this way, we have to face investigation. We have to create more than passive students listen to professors in a room. We need that these professors these students, sorry, create their knowledge, their information, synthesize, analyze, got this information. We need that these students create their learning, not just listen to professors, but being protagonists of their histories. That is what teachers must do inside instructions rooms, labs of room, spaces of education. So how create, how innovate? First is being protagonist of their own history. Look to each other, perceive the other, alterity, being human. What is a school? How is a school? How we can look at this institution? When it's not important if we have the modality we have, face-to-face education, remote or hybrid education, distance education. What is important is that we bring to our schools active methodology and different strategies where a student is active, not just a listener person. We need teacher mediation in other phases, in other possibilities. Again, I say protagonism of the students. Students should be actives in their life, families, in their social and professional, to be good professionals, inserted in organizations that they will be difference. Reclassify, resignify classes. Classes totally different than what my grandma had. At that time, they are enough. No more today. And looking at the group and the individual, we need entrepreneurship of our individuals, not just for the eyes of the companies, the organizations, but the eyes to insert it in teams of work, multicultural activities, and each one offering, working, producing what they have the best around this knowledge. We have to give students a voice through significant activities. They have to learn how to learn, but here, learn. What is significant to learn? What are the interest themes to them? What are the pertinences to them? And we have to check the individual speed of each student. Each student is totally different. We are different. No one is similar to other. And we have to insert these students in groups. And in these groups, they have to produce strategies to know and to learn and to operate. The individual and the group, changing and reframing interests. So we have the human space that is joy and enjoyment in class. So with these voices, the Zygmunt Bauman, the Jack Delors Bauman, the Moran Baumans, we arrive at a movement that started in 2015 in Brazil and is serious, maybe damaged through pandemic, because of pandemic in Brazil. It was to be ready, the implementation of this process up to the end of this year. It is not, far from that. What is the BNCC? It's a common national curricula base that join 160 specialists nominated by municipals and states, specialists in education. And they create, after so much studies, this BNCC to public and private schools, to elementary, basic, and medium classes formation. So graduation is, we had other parts of our system to graduations. What we had, basically, BNCC proposes 4 areas of formation: languages, math, natural sciences, and human science. Each of these areas must, in fact, improve competencies. And we hope that these 4 areas improve 10 competencies to our students to be different one. What competencies we expect these students develop? Knowledge, science, critical and creative thinking, a cultural repertoire, communication, digital culture, work and life project, argumentation, self-knowledge and self-care, empathy and cooperation, responsibility and citizen. BNCC brings us an opportunity to study these 4 areas, but in a different way. Instead of a grade, we have a matrix. Students themselves prepare what disciplines that we no more call disciplines, but curricular unities, change the names. The point is, if the students have to organize their school life, they have the maturity to do that. For sure, it is a bring different. This is a lack of movement that brings us innovation in education for us, for sure. It's a disruption in education. But the point is, we had a so classical education. We had a pandemic in the middle of the implementation of the program, programmed to be around 5 years, during 5 years. And then what we had a movement to do a different education, bring flexibility to the officials program, to the official programs. But we are questioning how are the abilities in the beginning to our students face this challenge. What is the challenge? It's a big challenge. They are determining their life, their professional life. So we are bringing to a solid matrix education to a flexible education. This is what we are discussing in Brazil in flexibility, in ability, soft skills nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arceloni. Nice presentation on flexibility of curriculum units. So Professor Arceloni, he highlighted about the global vision skill of attention, instruction, capacity, critical development, synthesis, with with 3 important, messages: learn to know, learn to do, learn, live together, learn to be. And she also mentioned about the liquid education with the vision of global vision, skill of attention, instruction capacity, critical development, and synthesis. And she very nicely explained how create, how innovate. And in the context of the, in our country, there is National Common Curriculum, BNCC, and which was developed by 116 specialists. and more emphasis is given on language, mathematics, natural sciences. And in this Brazilian, situation, she explained very nicely. In the same trend also in India, in our country also, recently, National Education Policy 2020, here also revamping of the curricula, it is very much required, because in the earlier days, Nalanda, even Takshashila in the ancient times, there is a lot of, students from abroad, they visited these institutions of higher learning, and now there is a decline in India also. That is why the government of India recently, there is the gap, holistic education policy, and in this National Education Policy 2020 also, just like Brazil. So here it should be, that is mentioned as holistic and multidisciplinary education, and digital teaching and learning in the context of the present situation, as Madam, that is Arceloni has mentioned, not only class teaching about the distance education, it is also the need of the hour. Then credible evaluation system, cutting edge pedagogy, cognitive development, and inclusive culture. So that is why it is very much interesting in the context of the modern system of education. And in my opinion, because we can borrow some of your ideas, Brazilian that is a condition, even in India also, and even two countries, even India and that is National Education Policy of that is of our country, India. You can see also that is why how it can be sandwiched and how some more innovative ideas can come up. That is my earnest request. Thank you very much, Professor Arcelon.
Thank you.
And now the topic is open for any question, query, any clarification from the audience.
Dear participants, maybe you have any question or comments, please, you're welcome.
I would like to comment. So the presentation of Professor Arceloni, it was really very interesting, because what Professor presents, it's very important, not only in Brazil or in India, as it was told, but also in all the world. So education is very important for the future and for the present, but education has to prepare people for the future. And nowadays we have many challenges that we have to prepare the students for that. So the flexible issues on the education are very important, because they are going to really to adapt to new challenges on the future. So that is very important we have in mind. So the presentation of Professor Arceloni was very interesting and presented based in some issues. So that we have to reflect and discuss in the educations from adulthood to the high education institutions around the world about that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, Professor Arceloni. Obrigado. Very good lecture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pramjit Singh, for heading this session. Thank you, Professor Arceloni, for your valuable research and nice presentation. Let's move on to our next session, and with great pleasure, I'll invite Mr. Brig Praveen Kumar, Academic Secretary, Science and Technology, Member of Executive Council, FATA Academy of India, to introduce our next speaker, please.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to introduce the next speaker. She happens to be from Portugal, Dr. Elizabeth P. Pereira, Associate Professor, Department of Economics and Management, Industrial Engineering and Tourism, University of Aveiro, Portugal. And her topic for today is circular economy applied to improve sustainability and development of economics. As it is, we all are running late. Without wasting much time, I would request Professor on the mic. And
yes, I was muted. Sorry. So I'm going to start to share my presentation. I'm going to present circular economy applied to improve sustainability and development of economies. And this will intend to be inspiration lecture. So within the topic of this conference, so the emerging trends of analytics in this case in social sciences. So apply it to economics, but not only. So apply it also to the management and apply it to the way that so it can the production be done in a sustainable way. So the circular economy has gained many importance over the world in the recent years because it represents a new paradigm for economic development and has a special significance in environmental, economic, and social benefits. So it's like a whole, and it's not just for economics or for production. Circular economy so is a new paradigm of a management of resources and the way to deal to economics, so to the way that we can better satisfy necessities with less resources used. So it allows to achieve a sustainable development once circular economy is linked to the 17 sustainable development goals that were approved by the United Nations General Assembly in September 2015. And of course, it was included in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, because nowadays we face it several problems like the climate change, like the pollution, especially in the developing countries, but also in the developed countries, and many illnesses that it can really provoke. In March 2020, the European Commission, using the European Vision and Framework, adopted the new circular economy plan. And that jointly with the European Union industrial strategy addresses these challenges of the green industrial transformation that are going really to join and to a mix join it with the digital strategy for Europe. And so the new circular economy plan defined by the European Union jointly with the United Nations proposes to contribute to modernize European Union's economy and stimulate the development of the leading markets to target the climate neutral objective and the circular products. So it's a kind of thing that is trying to do so a heritage for the new generations to try to have a better world in the sustainability. So a sustainable, better world for the future, for our kids, for our grandkids, and so on. So what is really circular economy? So circular economy, it's a new, so it's an emerging trend of the analytics that has to be used. And it presents a sustainable way both to produce and to consume goods and services, and to contribute to a sustainable development of economies. In a way, it can be also related with social innovation, for example. So it focuses on replacing the end of life in current production and consumption practices by reducing, reusing, and recycling. So the 3 R's. Products and materials that are used in the production, in distribution, and consumption processes. So if we reuse some materials, we don't need to go to the raw materials, so the natural resources, to deploy the planet and use it, because we can use other materials. So that is very important for the sustainability. And so why is included in the European circular sustainability plans and that are associated with the 17 sustainability goals. So these are based in 3 basic principles: preserving and valuing natural capital and natural resources. Why? Because we have to control the finite stocks of natural resources that we have it, and also to balancing the flows of the renewable resources. So to have here an equilibrium that is needed for the sustainability and for the welfare of our planet, the Earth. And the second principle is optimizing the resources productivity through the circulation. So the circulation of products, not giving some pollution or something that are going to go out of the circle, production and reuse. So that is very important. So that is going to aggregate the technical, so the productive way, and the biological cycles. And for the third, last principle is enhancing the effectiveness of the system by reducing harm to human welfare. So the equilibrium and the ways for the warmth of human welfare are very important. And these are related with the case of food, of sustainable mobility. In the case of the food is to use food in a sustainable way. So don't go away, don't give away some food that we can use it, and just so use and eat the food that we need, and only that. For other ways, so the sustainable mobility with energies that is clean, green, and sustainable. The children, the education, that is very important. We have to start on the education of the kids on primary school to really to get this form of education. So it's kind of culture. We have to educate ourselves, and starting for the children that can really to take that education for their homes, and they teach to their families. So how that is important for health, and also for the whole environment that is surrounding us today. And so this is related also with the quality of the land use, with the air, with water, with noise pollution and noise air, and release the substances that we can use it in a sustainable way, and of course the climate change. So when we define it, or when we talk about circular economy, it's not one thing that we are going to planning and we have it right now. So at the beginning, we have in this case, so through the production that we have to take the resources, we have to make it or transform it, we have to use it, dispose, and this dispose, if we don't reuse, or if we don't recycle, or we don't really are going to fix it, so it's going to dispose and it's going to pollute. So this was the initial way in the societies till now, till the beginning of the 21st century. So then we have the linear economy. The linear economy is just to have the raw materials, production, use, and disposal. And as you have here, linear economy, so it's going to have many garbage. And so the dispose is a lot and is going to cause many pollution. In the intermediary way, we have the recycling economy. And recycling economy is different from linear economy because our so a trend between the use and the production to real recycling. So that is going to do that. So the disposal that are going to the garbage is less than in the previous case of linear economy. So we see that on the garbage, we have so a way that in this case, we have less disposal than in the previous case of linear economy. But what is desired is that circular economy be applied. And in that case, the use of raw materials are just inputs, for the circulation if they are needed, because they can really use it to recycle materials for that production. So we have the raw materials, the production, the use, and recycling. And we see that between the production and between the use, that are small recycling rows on that. So we have that circular economy, the flow are different from these. These are linear, they are recycling, and this is circular. So the circular economy has its main target that the garbage, what is going to dispose, be minimums or be zero waste. So between linear economy and circular economy, we have here a way that is needed from the societies, from the governments, from the universities, the education system, and the companies all together do so a moving way of thinking, of planning, of designing. So to move from a circular economy, preparing consumers, but special to preparing the market development for that. So to be producing and to be consuming, and special for the consumers can really so have a resource management in the circular thinking. So if the linear economy was really deploying the natural resources, once these natural resources were taken, were made and disposed after usage, so it was worried about the decision makers that energy comes from finite resources as the way that natural resources are finite too, and it contributes, if we use it too much, to the depletion of the planet. Well, in the case of circular economy, that is different. It's going to take into account the biological material cycle, minimizing that exploitation, and the technical materials that are going to be recycling to doing a less of pollution and a maximum of reuse it on that. So the energy are from renewable resources that can be used from natural resources like the sun or the wind or the water sea, but also from materials from the production cycles that can use it for that, like the carbon, for example. So linear economy is just to use the resources to make it and to dispose after use it, and this causes pollution at several ways and are not sustainable. In circular economy is a cycle that it's really a main target to have a zero waste of that. So this is the main target. when we think in the linear economy, we have many work to do on that. So we just spoke about education, with government, with society, the role of each one at the circular economy as a citizens, but of course that the production way. And this starts on the teaching of our students from the primary school, but especially at the university, where we teach students to be engineers, to be managers, to be economists, to be accountants, to be mathematicians, whatever, because on the real world, they have to design. They have to design what are going to produce. They are going to be innovative on that production, but they should be what? Sustainable. Okay, so this design of the production manufacturing, it should be a sustainable design, and the production should be a remanufacturing in the maximum possible of the materials. And the distribution also should be in account with this strategy, with these targets. So be a sustainable distribution. For example, don't use plastic, use paper on the way of the distribution of the products, and use clean energies for this distribution of the cars, of the tracks, and the consumption, of course, that we can really consume in a sustainable way. So do the separation of the trash. So reuse the materials you use it, or repair. If we repair electrodomestic, a TV, a computer, a mobile phone, if we repair it, will not be needed to produce another one. So in this case, we are contributing for circular economy. And of course, there will be some residual waste, but this residual waste in a circular economy, thinking society, they have a special place to be put on. Okay, so this is what representing this, and that special place is when we can put the waste, the residual waste, will be recycled in the cycle of production. So the circular economy focus is just pass it for another way. So where the waste management, the waste prevention, the resources efficiencies are going to take place to another worries on the society, that is the human well-being and the ecosystem resilience. So we are aggregating jointly with the circular economy focus that the previous 5 years ago to a green economy focus that it represents the agenda for 2030. So this is really an emergent trend that we have to be in mind when we teach in education our students, but also what is expecting us for a better planet. So circular economy, as we have been talking, have some objectives. So we want to minimize the waste, we want to reduce the environmental footprint and have green products that can really contribute to sustainability and a cleaner production. And at the same time, of course, to generate and increase the incomes. We want to develop our societies, and we have, and we want to have so a grow economy. And so the better services that can be done, and that, for example, in Europe, the plastics are not allowed anymore. So we have many restrictions. All the things related with plastics so are not allowed. And if we use it, we have to pay a high price for that. So it's going to reduce the resources dependency, special from the oil and special from the natural resources that are obtained. And so with these objectives, of course, then in society, we have to have actions to can really so accomplish our objectives, like the case of improve the collections of trash, encourage recycling in the case of education, in culture that we have to develop, invest in some structures for that, because infrastructures are very important. With them, we cannot do it anything if we don't have places to separate the garbage, if we don't really have some centrals that are going to so clean the trashes from our homes, so it will be very difficult. So the infrastructures are very important for the collection and the processing of the garbage, and so to insert them also in the production, or again in the production and persuading cycle, so to really can have some actions that allow to guarantee the objectives. So basically here on these McKinsey analysis that so analyzes 15 groups of opportunities representing 75% of the resource saving with a societal perspective for 2030. So we see that we can really have many benefits on the energy, on the water, on land, on steel. So the efficiency for the cost efficiency, we see that that cost efficiency could really so be improved in the case, for example, of the building energy efficiency. That is also according to the total resources benefits. The case of the urban densification, if we aggregate people, so it will be more important because we are going to concentrate this efficiency, and the electric and hybrid cars. So it will be also important for the resources, but of course it needs a huge investment so we can really have that in 10 years. So two things that are very important to highlight is the case of the large-scale farm hills. Why? Because these large-scale farms are one of the more polluting issues on the world, because the farms, and especially the cows and animals, are a way that are going to contribute a lot to the production, to the pollution. So in many cases, are really advice that is given, or that, yes, that is given to societies to try to decrease so the eat of meat, because this is a great contribution for the pollution on the world. And for other way, also the food waste. The society, especially the developed countries, they have many food waste. So to try to be more efficient and to don't waste food, because food are very important for our sustainability, and it's a case that is going to use many resources for their production and is going to do many garbage. So circular economy can be applied in industries in the production cycle way, but also it can be used, applied, and many things can be done in the practical life of individuals, of families, and in this case, education is very important. Also, it can be applied in the companies and institutions. So in all institutions, from, for example, in universities, where we have some places for so divided and separate the kinds of garbage and paper and plastic. So in the different ways. And institutions can be really a difference on that. And of course, starting for schools and for universities. Then the cities. So cities are very important. The municipalities, the mayors that are in the city to decide special politics for their cities related with sustainability, and society in general. For other ways, social innovation proposals are very important too, and we are going to see when I'm going to show you now The case of textiles, that is an application of all the things that I've been talking in this presentation till now. But of course, that is important to thinking circular, and thinking circular, it's done when we have the relation altogether of these actors that are here in this slide. So the case study of textiles industry. Why I choose textiles industry? Textiles industry is one of the more polluted industry in the world. So they have a major contribution to the climate change and produces estimations of 1.2 billion tons of carbon, of CO2 equivalent per year. So this is very important to take into account as one of the more polluting industries. And there are a polluting industry, but they produce textiles and especially the garments. And the garments are not in many cases reusing or recycling. As we saw here, so in Europe, only 26% are recycled. In China, 15%. In USA, 12%. And for example, in Hong Kong, 4%. So why? Because people use the garments for one time, and in another station of the year, they don't use it anymore, and they put it on the garbage. And it's not a good culture, especially taking into account that this is one of an industry that more pollutes in the world. So if you have the economic cycle, we can see that when are producing these garments, so it can be also produced for a way to recycling. So we can, or the industry can have that worried, use it, for example, wool, using cotton, using some fibers that could be recycled, that can be reused again. And so they have a closed loop that can also be reuse it again, or recycle it, or use it in the second hand, for example, or that can be given to the countries that are in the poorest situation, or can be used in other industries, like, for example, the car industry or the clean industries. So it's important to take into account the choice of the more sustainable production materials in this kind of industry that will not pollute the environment, and that can be biodegradable, and that could be the more appropriated for the production process in a sustainable way. And so to take this in account is also important to associate to this case the washing textiles. The washing textiles is also many polluting. Every time we wash it in the washing machine, we are using some detergents, and we are using hot water, and we are going to take all of that from cleaning the garments, the clothes, to the water, so to the environment. So this is one way that is going to contribute for the pollution in this case study. So if we take in account the relation with the industry to choose the sustainable materials to use it in the production, and how so we take account in a cultural way to use in society the garments, to use it in another season, or to give it to other persons, or to sell it in second hand. For example, in Portugal, it's not a good tradition, especially to these crises, or the crisis we passed in 2014. It was not well seen. Buy clothes in the second hand. But it's very strange, because if we travel around Europe, we see, for example, that is a practice used, for example, in United Kingdom, and especially in Germany, that are rich countries in Europe. And this is something that is done for several years. I know that for 2 decades, for example, but in Portugal and Spain is not wealthy till our recession, where people were more able and where the young people are so in another culture that is important for the sustainability of the planet. So we can have really circular economy, and we can associate that to social innovation. So if we use the clothes and we give them a new life, for example, we can use a piece of clothes and use it to do it a bag, or to do it another way, to have a more cut garment, so to give it a new life, or so to let on the place where we can put the clothes for people, so more put people on that. So we have in Europe many places like that, when we can put the clothes and the shoes that we don't use it. Sometimes they go for people, in our case, for Portuguese people that need that, or in other times in Portugal, we give a lot of clothes to Africa, to people on Africa. So this is a way that is important, because they are going to reuse that if they are in good conditions, of course. But they can also be sold. They can also be sold in the second-hand clothes that are even more common. So people sell the clothes, have money, can buy another clothes in the same shops or in the other shops with a lower price, of course. And so they can use it as a new product, so in a new fabric of another product. If we see the facts, so many of the clothes are not recycled. So only 50% are recycling. This is in United States, but as you see, the reality in Portugal is very similar. In Europe, is not many different. So we can have 100% that could be recycled if people have that culture. So many international stores are now starting to do some campaigning with sustainable clothes, like, for example, say H&M, Mango, Zara, or others that give money for people if people really give that clothes back. So we propose to use and recycling, and also to use some materials that can be recycled. And we see that when we buy that clothes, we see that information on the piece of clothes. So we see that in the world, it was very important, and the benefits, especially only taking the textiles industry, could be very good, very great for sustainability and for the development of economies if people don't throw the clothes away and they use it on the cycle. And it was many. So we see here 100 millions that it can be generated. So for developing the country, developing the economies. So it was very important also for sustainability, but also for the development of economies. So all of that, it was very simple, but for that, we have to be joined together, society, the schools, the education, to give them the culture, and also to teach to the engineering, to the designers, to the planners, how to do it, and the governments to give incentives, to give some laws, some rules, some infrastructures to really allow that the possibilities. So in this case, we can really have the sustainability of the planet, not only for the textiles, because it was just examples, but for all the industries and for our lives, and for at the same time, we can contribute not only for sustainability of a better planet, but also for increased money and developed countries and developing countries. So this is very important for the resources, and this is my last slide. So the benefits will really be for natural resources use, for the way to really don't pressure and don't exploit the natural resources, to don't pollute too much the environment or not pollute it at all. It was really the most important target. So reducing the pollution, if we really reduce so the depletion of the metals we consume, and reducing water and energy consuming that are more and even more rare resources, and of course the demand for dyes and fixing agents. This is going to really allow to a long consumption of the materials we buy, and to really to save money for buy other things, and this giving the sustainability of the planet, and of course contributing to the development. So in these many cases, we see that there are many garages that we can use it for sustainability, and don't give away, don't throw away, use it, reuse it, put it on the container, use it for do it and other things, like hats for children with cancer, like hats for people that needed it and are very nice. So, or use it the shirts for a bag or so on. So there are many things that can be done, and special people, in the case of poverty, can use it to that in inclusion way. So done it and other things that they can sell, and so in inclusion to their position in societies. So thank you for your attention. If you have some questions, please be free to put it.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. Excellent lecture, and very informative. She started with what is circular economy. Circular economy, the name, it was difficult to understand, but once she started covering, it became very clear what is circular economy and what are its three basic principles controlling it. The difference in conversion of linear economy to recycle economy to circular economy, leading to zero waste. Comparison between linear and circular economy, objective and actions of circular economy, application of circular economy to industry, even to education, individual, societies, cities. And to explain it in more details, she covered it through a case study of textile industry, which is the second most polluting industry. Recycling of garments, giving them away for second-hand sale, or using them, washing clothes, also produces pollution. Reduce, reuse, recycle, textile. And with the example of textile industry, she is able to move on to the point that the circular economy is the order of the day. And sooner we realize it, sooner we adopt it, it will be better for us. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Elizabeth for an excellent lecture and very informative. And now I will throw the house open for any questions or suggestions from the audiences.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a small question.
Yes.
In case of non-circular economy, the material gets, of course, wasted, and there is loss of, in absolute sense, loss of energy. Now, in another way, what we are depriving through recycling is the labor involved and income generated in new products. Now, when we cut down the production volumes, naturally certain amount of labor and energy is also going to be sacrificed. In that way, whether accounting, there is any system of accounting for the lost opportunities also when it is a circular economy, lost opportunities in circular economies. Would you like to comment on this, please?
Thank you for your comment and questions. So in the case of we don't have circular economy, so the materials will be for the waste and they will not be used again. So there will be on the garbage, there will be polluting, and so there will be very bad for the environment because some of the materials are degraded, have 10, 20 years of degradation in environment, like for example, the plastics or the textiles too. If we have circular economy, so it can be a added value because they are going not to be on the environment where they are not degraded, polluting the environment, like for example, the plastics or the garbage in the textiles, for example. And they're going to have people, many people are going to collect that and they can really use it and they can sell that as a way of social inclusion or as additional help for their families. And in that case, the energy that will be used recycling, for example, the cartoon, for example, the plastics, for example, the case of the glass or paper, the energy will be less than if, for example, in the case of paper, if they are going to cut the trees to have the transportation of the trees to the factory where they are going to transform the wood of the trees in paper. So the energy will be less usage when they are going to recycle that. And they have additional help for the people that can collect that. So many people collect that. And of course that the government can pay and have to pay, or the industry are going to pay to people that collect that, or so the municipalities have some infrastructures that will be paid also for that. So every people will be gaining with that. They really win with that. It's a strategy win-win. For the accounting system, if I remember you asked also, for the accounting system, so will be in Europe, we have in a new accounting system that contemplate that. So the recycling materials, they have a special issue on that. And as also it was mentioned on the last conference in Glasgow these months about the sustainability and pollution, these issues of recycling and to take into account the European plan and the case of the European plan for the European member states, but also for the other countries. So it was taken account this reusing and this recycling with the case of the minimization of the pollution that will be compensate these countries by the United Nations and by the general macroeconomics accounting. But of course that internal, there are also accounting. So it's going to allow to all the people win with that. Is why we really call that the strategy and the decision win-win. I hope that I answered to your question.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Arvin?
Yes, I had because I work in ocean, and I find we have enough data of microplastics and nanoplastics pollution in all the oceanic bodies across India and including in some countries that are joining Indian Ocean Rim countries. So basically what happens is the plastics and its other form of hydrocarbons which are coming into ocean is becoming a universal problem of the whole world. So basically we should stop making generation of plastics or something related to plastic products. And that we need to emphasize and make a point of an agenda, because this was also discussed in COP26, but we find it very different, challenging effort. So it's a good lecture. We definitely need to abide by this. And I congratulate you for very nice work.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I would like to add one word here. Professor Elizabeth lectures are always impressive. Last year, she delivered a fantastic lecture related with the COVID. The data starts from 1977 to 2021. A very nice lecture was that moment. I think Professor Pravinji was sharing that moment, sharing the session. And this moment, a wonderful talk you have given related with this circular economy. Really.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank you.
for sharing.
I just want to add that every time, dear Dr. Elizabeth, I listen to your talks, to your speech, very with the great interest, really. Very informative, very interesting speech. And last time as well, you were talked about different stages of macroeconomics and financial crisis. It was very, very nice. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe if no comments, no questions to our speaker, may I conclude?
No, Dr. Hobela, yes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth, for your use this research, and this useful information for us. And thanks to Brit Praveen Kumar for heading this section. And I'm looking forward for our tomorrow session and our tomorrow discussions. So thank you all for your.
Thank you. And let me say a few words at the end. Finally, to conclude, I would like to express my sincere thankfulness to all keynote speakers, to all moderators, to all chairpersons for sparing your valuable time to participate in this technical session and to deliver your wonderful talks. And actually, it was really, really valuable for us. I hope that everyone could get the maximum emotions and maximum knowledge out of these talks. So thank you so much. And I would like to remind that tomorrow our technical session starts a little bit earlier, and we start by Indian time at 4:30 and by Ukrainian time at 1 p.m. In the afternoon. We a little bit later we share link, Zoom link, and also the finalized program for tomorrow and for Sunday as well. Thank you very much to all who participated in this technical session.
Thank you, Professor Nina, for conducting this entire November 26th program. Grateful to you and grateful to each and every one. So it's now 11 o'clock midnight in India. I think evening will be at Ukraine. So as Nina has already concluded, so let us say goodbye. Good night from each and everyone to each and everyone, and meeting tomorrow at 4:30 Indian timing. And as per the scheduled timing of Ukraine, 1 p.m. So meeting tomorrow, we had a nice conversation, a nice idea exchange. So Arvindji, Dr. Tan, Dr. Elizabeth, Dr. Rajane, Dr. Neela, Professor Nina, Dr. Liliana, Professor Paolo, Honorable President Sir, Praveerji, Obela Sir, you have nicely conducted the chair's moderator session. Professor
Thanks a
Arslani, Dr. Holt, and Professor General MP Singh, Dr. Yana Korn, and other fellow colleagues, Polina and other fellow colleagues whose name were mentioned in Ukrainian. I'm unable to read, but convey my regards and thanks to each and everyone to making this first day in a successful way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Dr. Tan, you want to say something? Oh, Dr. Tan, I think it is 12:30 midnight. Dr. Tan, have a sound sleep. Okay, meeting tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.